renter. There was a little article in the paper about.
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah, I did. It's 9 o'clock. I'm going to call the meeting to order. If you'll stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to today's meeting. The next regularly scheduled meeting is Friday, February 5th at 9 a.m. here in the Community Center. This is the time to please silence your cell phones if you have not already done so. The first item on the agenda is the consent agenda, the minutes of the special meeting held Monday, December 14th. And the regular meeting held Friday, January 8th. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any public comment?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bill Norcross. I'm a resident, and I just want to follow up on the last meeting we had and just find out how everybody feels and what's the progress. There is a 10-cent tax on gas that we do not collect because of a 1986 resolution. Now, this was brought up by former district supervisor and a respected man from the community, Dave Helbig. I had brought that up over 6 months ago myself. So I'm just wondering, how does it stand? Are we eligible? Can we reverse that 1986 resolution to benefit the community? Because we could always use tax money. Why should we see it go to Lake Placid or Avon Park and we not share into it? So is there any comment on that?
I don't think we have any comment. There is discussion going on between the general manager and the county, but no resolution at this point.
Well, fair enough. As long as it progresses, I like to see it happen because any time that we could take the taxpayer burden off of our community, that would be very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion or public comment? Chrissy, call the question.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Harrod?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
President Hotel?
Yes. The next item is I would entertain a motion to recess so that we can conduct the landowners meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's see, do we need to call the question on that? Any discussion on that? I think we call the question before we open it to nominations for somebody to... Yeah.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Harrod?
Yes.
President Hotel?
Yes. Okay, so we are in recess. Is there somebody who would like to chair the landowners meeting? It's open to anybody who is a landowner. Any nominations from the floor or any volunteer to chair the meeting?
I don't know.
How about we nominate Bill? What? I nominate Bill Norcross. Am I allowed to do that? I can nominate?
Okay.
I second it.
I respectfully decline. I'm not running for anything.
You're entitled to do that. I would like to nominate Tanya Candidate to
Yep.
chair the meeting.
Second.
Okay. Let's take a voice vote. Everybody in favor of Tanya chairing the meeting?
Aye.
Any opposed? We turn the meeting over to you, Tanya.
Good morning. I would like to mention we have ordered some wireless mics for the remaining wired mics here, so if I know that my voice may not be as strong as normal, but we're doing what we can with these wired mics today. So anyway, I would like to acknowledge that there is a quorum present. We do not have any items up for vote today, so I'd like to move on to item number 3 for nomination of chairman, which we've already done. So the secretary, moving on to number 4, nomination of secretary.
I nominate Chrissy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to number 5, approve minutes of the landowners meeting held January 24th, 2020. If everyone has had a few minutes to read over the minutes, is there a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to number 6, annual report by the district manager. I want to take a minute to introduce our elected officials today. President Neil Hotelling. Supervisor Hotelling was appointed in January 2019 with his term ending January 2023. Mr. Hotelling is a popular seat for our district. Moving on to Vice President Supervisor Gilpin. He is a landowner elected position, and his term began January 24th, 2020, and will end in January of 2024. Moving on to Supervisor Joe Branson. Mr. Branson is a popular seat. He was appointed in August of 2017 with his term ending in January 2021. Supervisor Ray Brooks. He is a popular seat for our district. His term began in September of 2017. He was appointed, and his term ends in January of I apologize. You're newly elected, so this is another 4-year seat. So this will be to January of 2025.
And for the record, Joe Branson was just reelected
also.
also.
Be 2025. So those are the 2 popular seats that are with the same term. Mr. Craig Herrick is a landowner seat. He was elected in January of 2020, and his term will be ending in January of 2022. So that's just an overview of our elected officials. The mission statement for Sun and Lake: we are a self-governing, financially sound community providing protection, governmental services, and recreation facilities for its residents. The vision is to provide a safe and affordable community with a lifestyle of outstanding recreation and camaraderie. Mm-hmm. 2020, as we all know, brought many challenges to our community and to our world with COVID-19. Our operations initially, suffered and were affected by COVID-19, mainly our restaurant. Golf, we were able to sustain through the pandemic. I do want to mention that our priority as a district was the safety of our employees. We eliminated our summer camps. We eliminated many of our special events with the exception of the fireworks. So with this, this COVID has dramatically changed, the way we live, the way we work. And in moving on to 2021, we do hope for some progress through this pandemic. We, as a district, were not affected as far as financially from our general fund and from our utility fund as far as our operations. But from the golf and restaurant, there were 29 employees between Billy Casper Golf at the time and the district side that we did lay off. Some of those employees were reemployed, some were not. So that was a very difficult time for our community and our staff. Moving on to our recreational amenities, we do continue to provide exceptional recreation amenities for our community, and also the memberships for those amenities, including golf, tennis, pickleball, shuffleboard, fitness, and pool. We do have our new shuffleboard courts, and we did receive a $90,000 grant from Highlands County for those courts. One of the significant progresses here in Sun and Lake is the sales, the lot sales, and the new construction. So I wanted to give you a quick overview of that. Since 2016, the district has sold 44 lots for a gross sales price of $358,000. These 44 lots vacant is bringing in an additional $15,400 of assessment revenue to our district. We obtain these lots either through foreclosure or deed in lieu of foreclosure. Currently, we might only have 3 to 5 lots left that are marketable for sale. So our finance department has done a great job in moving on with these lot sales for the district. As for the county has sold 236 lots within Sun and Lake for a total of $2.5 million. These lots in total will be bringing in another additional $82,600 of assessment revenue to our district. And I don't know when the next lot sale is, but this is a very significant factor in moving forward with our, with the economy, with the goal of our district is to get these the lots back on the tax roll, and the same for the county. So that is, I just want to give you an update on that. With the new construction, we've talked a lot about that lately. I was going to give you a quick update, but currently we have 74 new construction permits open. In 2020, we had 84 permits open with a total of 94 dwelling units. So what I mean by that is that we had, based on some of those permits, we had duplexes and I think 1 triplex within that. So that also is another significant factor in our assessment revenues, that those undeveloped lots at $350 per year will now become $700 or $770, depending if they're on the golf course. So that in itself is a very significant change. Over the years since 2016, we've seen quite an increase in permits here in the district. Lastly, I wanted to mention the initiatives and board's initiatives of our district to maintain and improve our facilities, to add amenities, to optimize our operations, and extend our brand reach. which we all remember in the last year and a half, we've changed our logo. We are moving forward with our new resident packets and promoting our community and protect our finances. And I will mention that the district is in excellent financial health, and we have had our audits, for the last 5 years prove that. So we've made some significant strides in the Fifth Third loan and moving that off of our balance sheet. And so I want to just, thank everyone for being here today. I want to thank our supervisors for their time and efforts in our community and my staff. So thank you very much. Any unfinished business today from the last meeting?
No.
No? New business? Public comment?
Good morning. My name is Jim Serwis, resident, owner, Sun and Lake Realty. I'd like to thank Tanya for all this good news that I'm hearing. And I'm going to say my license plate reads Love SNL. The only reason I bought Sun and Lake Realty and went into another business at my age is I love it here. We're doing very well. The district has helped that out. I understand from a meeting ago that there were some comments that there's people that don't like our restaurant. One of the things that I tell new people here when I'm showing them around is the restaurant here is fantastic. You get a good meal with a drink for $14, $16, and I don't know where else you can do that. When I heard a comment about, well, you can go down a couple of miles south of here to a joint that is by far nowhere near the amenities, the ambience of our restaurant, and they want cheaper meals. We have very reasonable meals. I've had 2 bad meals there in my 14 years here full time. Maybe I forgot a couple, but the service seems to be great. There's glitches here and there, but we got it made here. Thank you.
Bill Norcross, resident. Good morning again. The gas tax is also an issue as far as homeowners, and so I hope that's considered. The other problem is there's a lot of homes being built, and I try not to risk libel, but I think the Southern homes are a good example of the building. I've heard a lot of reports from the shoddy manufacturing and the building, and they're hit and miss, and they're in here to obviously to make money. But I just hope that the code people really check into they had to increase the size of their building to make code, but the actual construction it's suspect. So I just hope the code people can keep an eye on them. I appreciate that. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? Okay, thank you.
I would also like to mention I sent an email out last week about the COVID vaccination process here in Highlands County. Highlands County is the only county in the state to administer the vaccines. I want to commend them for stepping up and taking this responsibility. They are only allowing as many vaccines as they receive. And so I know this is going to be a long process. As of a week and a half ago, I mentioned over 13,000 residents have already registered for the vaccines here in Highlands County. So currently it's being held at the Lakeshore Mall. So if you have any questions, please visit the Highlands County website And also, that's where you would also register. You can also register by phone. They have phones open 7 days a week. Anything else? Public comment? All right, landowners meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, we'll reopen the regular board meeting, which brings us to item 7, the election of officers. I've enjoyed my last year serving as your president, but my term is up. So we need to elect new officers. Is there a nomination for president? I would nominate my vice president, Mike Gilpin. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other nominations? Chrissy, call the vote.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Harris?
Yes.
Meeting is yours, sir.
Thanks. Okay, the second thing on the agenda is nomination for vice president. Anybody would like to nominate someone?
I'll nominate Ray Brooks.
Second.
You're running the meeting, Mike.
Any other nominations? Okay, Chrissy?
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Harris?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Okay, I need a nomination for treasurer.
Nominate Omar.
Second.
Any other nominations? Chrissy?
Supervisor Harris?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Now I need a nomination for secretary.
Nominate Chrissy Hardeman.
Second.
Okay, Chrissy?
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
Supervisor Harris?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Congratulations to everyone. Next item is resolution number 2021-01-2201, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to purchase a new tractor and skid steer for $103,672. I need a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, is there any comments or any, Mike, you want to go first? Or,
we're just purchasing this just as what we're doing, we're just replacing the equipment we have. The equipment got old, it's used quite a bit, and it's costly to fix, so that's why we asked for a new skid steer and a tractor. So, and thank you for giving it to us because we need it. It's used quite a bit. Thank you.
How long do these things last?
Well, it's hours. It's how many hours you put on it. I think the tractor was 5 or 6 years old, 7 years old. The skid steer takes a beating pretty much, and I'm not sure exactly how old that was. But it's used quite a bit. It's used by us, the golf. We use it for roads, so.
It's used by golf too?
Yeah.
Does the golf people have any equipment like this?
No.
Either piece?
Well, the tractors they do, but not the skid steer. The skid steer is, sometimes you'll see it out on the golf courses, on the side of the roads. It chops everything up. So, that's why we needed that.
So the skid steer is a unique piece that you
Yes,
use.
absolutely, yes, yeah. And there's only one on site.
Okay, and the tractor, is that
The tractor used for mowing, anything that a tractor would be used for, we use it for.
Does the golf people have anything like the tractor?
They do, but, they use it, daily too, so.
I think we got to, Mr. New President, I think we got to address this. This is getting ridiculous that we got the maintenance people with their own set of equipment and the golf people with their own set of equipment, and yet we're Sun and Lake. Why we let this happen, I don't understand. If they've got tractors on the golf side, what the hell do I need tractors on the maintenance side for?
Because it's two different departments and it's huge.
It's Sun and Lake. It's not two.
I understand that.
Well, it's one budget. It's our money.
This has been happening for 20 years. I don't know. I mean, we just started leasing stuff now, so, no.
I just think.
Believe me, any equipment that we ask for, we need. Okay?
Well, any equipment that they ask for, they need. But sometimes
I don't run there. Anything that I ask for, that my foreman will ask for, he never overreacts on equipment. Our equipment's out there every day. It's out there right now, the skid steer. So.
I'm not talking about the skid steer. I'm talking
or anything, or the tractor.
That's unique. I'm talking about the tractor. If they've got tractors on the side,
but there's different tractors for everything, Ray. I mean, if you want to come over, we don't ask for anything we don't want. We don't. So.
But we already got it.
The tractor that we're trading in is old. It's costly to fix. Okay, on the side of the roads, right? We do a lot of mowing there. We have over 17 miles just on to mow, right? We have to keep them mowed.
All I'm saying, Mike.
Yeah.
I don't know how the rest of the guys feel. I think the days of having different equipment for different sides of the same district, I think should be over. That's all I'm saying. And I think we should learn to share, since it's all.
We do share.
Well, why?
We do share.
But you want to.
We do share, but they need to, But you can't use the same tractor. I mean, if Earl needs a tractor and I need a tractor, we got to use it. What do you do? Stop work until Earl uses it or I use it. I mean, sometimes you have to double up on equipment, right?
How many tractors do we have in this total fleet?
I don't know what the golf does. We have 3.
Is it more than 2?
I don't know what the golf has. I don't know. I don't deal with the golf guys. I mean, that's their own contract. We have 2, yeah.
We have a full inventory that we can get you those numbers,
right.
But, I mean, we don't have that today.
No, I understand. I'm just tired of spending money that I don't think we have to spend. That's all. Or I'm challenging whether we need to spend $60,000 on a... Or $35,000.
The golf department does not have a cased Farmall 100C.
No.
The golf, this is a different type of tractor.
Right,
apparently.
and that's what I just said to you. Different tractors are used for different things. But like Danny said, if you want to do, if you want to see the inventory, we'll give you inventory. We'll explain to you everything we use it for, Ray. And that's a legit question. I agree with that.
Okay.
So I mean, we'll get you the list, tell you what they're used for, where they're used, and how many hours are on it. Okay.
I just think.
And that's legit. I agree. For a change, I'm glad you asked that question or a question.
I think I think we can all take a better look at it this year, this summer.
Yeah.
It's a good point, and but I do know the tractors are always out in the sticks mowing, so there could be maybe a little better coordination.
Right.
But
Well, there's a lot of areas we have to, there's a lot of areas that we maintain. We also maintain the sewer plant, the water plants, so there's a lot of, reasons why we need these. So, but I promise you one thing, I won't ask for anything we don't need. Okay? But if you want to meet, we can meet.
Give me the list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
any other comment from supervisors? Public comment?
I got a question. Maintenance cost on the skid steer. We can find no record of any cost. Any maintenance that's been performed.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. I can give you, any maintenance we do on it, we keep records.
I'm saying we can find no record of any maintenance on that piece of equipment.
Yes. On the skid steer.
So does that mean we didn't have to do any?
Joe, sorry.
Let me try to clarify. I'm hearing Supervisor Branson say there is no record, that he's asked for a record and there is none. And you're saying a record.
There are records. Every time that we send that skid steer out, there's records right then and there because we have to pay for it. There are also records that, we lost our mechanic, so he kept records on it. Absolutely. So,
oil change is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about maintenance for wear and tear, repairs, that kind of thing.
Yes.
We have no record of anything like that. So my question is...
Yes, we do.
So
okay.
Why can't we access it?
You can... Joe, I can take it now and show you our records right now of what we do. When we change blades, when we change anything on that, we have records because we have to purchase stuff. So if we purchase stuff and we're putting it into the skid steer, okay, there's records right then and there. I don't know how much more I can,
How much money did we spend? That's the question.
I don't have it here now, but if you want it, I'll get it for you.
There's a point in time where it makes sense to spend money to fix it.
Absolutely.
Versus spend money to replace it.
Absolutely. And that's why we're doing it.
And we don't have the ability to do that math because we don't have any records.
We do have records.
We don't.
Yes, we do, Joe. Yes, we do have records.
You do. We don't.
Right. We have records. You're sitting there telling me we don't keep records. We maintain whatever
I'm not doubting that you have records.
Mike.
I'm saying we've asked for them and we don't get them.
Joe, you sat with me in a meeting with my guys and asked for records. And we gave you records. Okay? They
guys.
do their job.
Mike, Joe, why don't you guys talk after the meeting about this?
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, Chrissy?
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
No.
Supervisor Branson?
No.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Add-on items.
None.
Petitions and communications.
Yes, we have one.
Is that from
Present that.
Drew?
What is this?
It's from Sunrise Drive, so it's for a speed bump. Drew should be here any minute, so since he's not, do you want me to go ahead and present this, or do we want to come back to this item?
We can't have Drew be here. I think we can
Yes,
we just go on. Staff reports. Who's starting?
I'd like to talk about the fitness center and the roof that we talked about at the last meeting. So our staff visited Tanglewood, which we have before. And Mike, do you have the square footage on?
Yes.
Okay.
The building, get the mic.
So, yeah, we're going to grab the mic.
Take this in a little. Hold up. Sorry. The fitness center is 40 by 32 or 40 by 33, the inside of it. You asked how big the building was. So we went up there, we measured the building, we counted how many pieces of equipment were in there, and we estimated roughly what it would cost to build a building that size. I called a couple of contractors and they gave me per square foot. It's going to be somewhere to build a building that size, like you asked at the last meeting. That's what you wanted. It'll be somewhere around $300,000 just to build the building. Ariel has been working with the pieces of equipment, which they have 21 pieces of equipment right now. Plus they have two weight benches, and right now we're trying to get the cost of that. I know each piece of equipment is pretty expensive, depending on what we want and do we want that much. But to get a building the size you guys want to get is going to be around $300,000. Now,
I'm sorry, on that point, can you clarify? Are you talking about a standalone building or expanding this?
Well, to expand the building to the size that Tanglewood has.
Okay, so we'd be expanding the corner as opposed to building a separate building.
It may be a little more expensive here because we have our water lines, electrical lines going through that, and sewer. So I actually didn't get a cost of that because everything was real quick. But we are looking somewhere around $300,000. Now, there was talk at one time to take part of this here and do it. Obviously, that would be cheaper, but then, we don't have a community center anymore. So, it's going to be your decision to which way you want to go, or if we even want to go. The new roof is going to cost us around $45,000 just for this building. Now, we also have to pick, are we going to go asphalt, seamless, or screw down? So, and there's about $8,000 or $10,000 per cost as we go up. Like the seamless is more expensive. The asphalt obviously is less, but it's a lot less years we'll get out of it. The seamless will get 50-year warranty. The screw down is about 35, and the asphalt can be 20 to 25.
What did we put on the district office?
The seamless. So, and we've been trying to match all the roofs together. We're trying to get all the roofs together.
Can you tell the difference between seamless and screw down?
Yes, you can. The only difference with the screw down, it's still metal. But what the contractor explained to me is you can change the screws after like 30 years, 35 years, and not change the roof. So all you do is remove all the screws, and replace them with bigger ones, and then you get another 30 years of life out of it.
Yeah, but to the average person from 100 feet away or 50 feet away, can you tell the difference?
Well, yeah, because you'll see the little screws. There's a house on, Omar and I looked at a roof the other day when we were trying to golf, and I couldn't see the screws until we drove way up. He could see it because you got,
So if you're young, you can see
if you're young eyes, you can see it. But I mean, actually, what I would suggest, okay, is I think we should, go with the metal, but do the screw down because it's $10,000 cheaper, and we may change what we want to use this building in 10 years. So, we're saving money there.
So the 45,000 becomes 55,000?
Yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
Oh, 45,000 was for asphalt?
Yeah.
The other thing is what all three contractors said to me is everything is going up crazy for cost. So if I'm giving you a price today, it's like the skid steer is, we gave you a price back last March. Well, when we went out to buy it this month, or get prices again, right, the prices went up. But I'm not sure, Omar, exactly what they went up, but they did go up, right? So the longer we wait, and I know metal roofs are going up because of the construction. So, everything's going up because of construction.
Well, if you use the argument that we're not sure how we might use the building in 10 years, and therefore the screw down saves us money, doesn't the asphalt save us more?
There's not a real big difference there is, but going with the metal, it's easier to add on to, it's not easier. It's still going to be a cost. I don't know exact cost, but there is going to be a savings on going asphalt. But the way we've been going is we've been going with changing the roofs because I don't know if you remember, but the district office was asphalt, right? We changed it back to metal to match everything up. We tried to match the clubhouse and those areas over there. So we're just trying to match everything up to look the same, and it would be the same color. So
what we're asking is to go ahead and prepare the bid process for the roof with those three components in there and allow our contractors to give those prices in the bid.
For all three options?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I would certainly favor that we send it out for bid and see what the bids come in at.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have to send out the bid because it's going to be over 25,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if that's what you're asking for,
yes,
by all means, do it.
So,
do we have a consensus of the?
I'm not interested in doing asphalt at all.
Well,
I don't care what the bids say.
We're going to give options for the contractors to bid.
Everything we got now is, what do you call it, steel or whatever you call it?
Absolutely.
So why would I want to go back to asphalt?
Right. Well, we can ask the contractor for a price just so you can see it. I agree with you, Ray. I think we should go metal. Metal's going to outlast anybody in it. Well, all of us in this room.
Is that okay with everybody?
No. But, Ray, you're right. I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm inclined towards metal, but I still want to see the price.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, I think get us a bid.
Okay.
You got more tenure, or should we go to Drew?
Well, do we need to give you some guidance on what to do about the fitness center?
I got to tell you, $300,000 is very disappointing when you think we only paid $250,000 to do what we did over in the clubhouse. That whole expansion was only $250,000. So I don't know why this one's $300,000. I think it's a joke. It was my idea, and I can't even support $300,000. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I just thought it was too much to begin with, like Ray said. So.
And that doesn't include the equipment or the staff or any other incidentals that go into that building. So that's just the building structure itself.
I can believe it, though. We had a $100,000 bathroom. So.
There you go. What does it cost for liability insurance for that type of a situation? Do we have any idea? Or is it just covered under our umbrella?
It's covered under the umbrella. I don't know specifically, but we can dive down into the insurance policy and take a look. If you'd like for us to, we'll definitely look at that.
Well,
I mean, it's under the entire umbrella of the district along with so.
I just think it's something we can talk about at the next meeting or something, but I don't think there's anybody here, I don't think, that wants to expand that to the difference in the roof right now.
I'd like to expand it, but not to $300,000.
Yes, well, that's what I meant for the price. So I think we need to focus on the roof, and we'll bring that up. If we have to, I'll put it on the agenda, but we'll talk about the fitness center. Okay.
that was current price for a block building?
Yeah, well, I just called 3 contractors and got, we didn't give them anything in writing. I just said, where are we with this? And they gave me, this is what's going to cost you. But like you said, look it, we were building a bathroom for $100,000. I mean,
no, you were recommending that. We were
no, but I mean, if you spend $100,000 and we put an addition, we're also going to probably have to put some bathrooms over there too. So, right?
Yep, I think so.
There you go.
Showers.
So there's a lot of, there's a lot more involved in that than just putting an addition. Okay?
Okay, should we go back to Drew? Drew?
Hold it. What's the size of the current building? The current room? If we add it on.
Okay.
And
well, you asked, or Ray asked to bring back this. He wanted the size of Tanglewood. That's what we figured.
Well, if we added on and included what we already have, what would it be?
I don't even know what size that room is over.
I don't either.
It's an L shape, but I mean, have you ever? It's very small.
I know that. I know.
Okay, so I mean, it actually could be used. I mean, maybe build the bathrooms into that area, and that would be it. So,
I mean, we just got to decide what we want to do with it.
Right.
Yep.
It's not a problem. We've only been discussing it for 4 or 5 years.
5 years, 6 years, yeah.
For the audience, this is Drew Jones, and he's our engineer.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. We received a petition on Sunrise Drive for a traffic calming device or a speed table or speed bump. I guess it was near 2911 Sunrise Drive that the petition came in. And for what we've been doing now is we've been sending out the traffic speed sign so we can collect data to find out if it is a problem or if because sometimes it's perception, yes, but it can be speeding, so we want to verify that. They had the sign out twice. I think the first time was 4 days, the second time was a little over a week. We took the worst case scenario out of the 2 groups of data, which was the week long. And we analyzed it, and in order to determine whether or not we needed a traffic calming device, we went ahead, Tanya asked us to determine some methodology to use so we could repeatedly use it for whoever asked for one, so we could know, okay, is this many speeders require a traffic calming device, or do we just give one to everybody that asks for one? The state of Florida doesn't exactly have criteria on traffic calming devices because DOT doesn't even have a specification for them. So we went to look to other states and municipalities that use them. And the general guidelines is the usage of the 85th percentile, which is the speed at or below which 85% of all vehicles are observed to travel under free-flowing conditions past a monitored point. So our monitored point's our speed sign because it data logs everything that it sees and captures. And then the program that we use, the traffic computer in it, can just give us the 85th percentile number, just a click of a button. The general consensus of places that we found municipalities use is a 10-mile-an-hour gap. So if your 85th percentile speed, in this case it was 31 miles per hour, the worst case scenario we had, if it exceeds 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, then the recommendation is to provide a calming device. Now, it's up to us to decide what we use. In our case, we've been using either a speed bump or speed cushion, and sometimes speed tables in the past. When we got the data back for the week-long run, the 85th percentile came in at 31 miles per hour, so that was only 6 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. So with our recommended methodology, it doesn't qualify at this time for a traffic calming device. And I know a lot of this is new since we're providing a methodology to use for installation of them. Do y'all have any questions on how we came up with it, or
this 85% percentile that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
What kind of streets was that based on?
The 85th,
like Sun Lake Boulevard or Manor Drive? I mean, there's two different worlds here.
85th percentile is used pretty much nationwide in determining safe speeds. So if the county wanted to do a speed study to find out what the speed limit should be on 27 or on Egret Drive or here in Sun and Lake, the 85th percentile is like a fixed, commonly used determination. Technically, whatever your 85th percentile speed is what you could set your speed limit to. So in this case, the 31 miles an hour, assuming you're not having any accidents or you're not near a school or a crosswalk or anything that's endangering people, that's considered a safe speed because the traffic is able to navigate at that speed and there's no accidents and no one's running off the road crashing into things.
So you're saying, if I can, the next page is 32.6% will go in more faster than 25.
Correct.
And I believe that's like on a curve where this was done. Is that correct?
I think it's close to one or just after one.
Yeah, so I mean, that's going pretty fast, don't you think?
31 miles an hour?
With a curve?
It just depends on the road. It's not an extremely sharp
Well,
curve.
we know what road it is. It's Sunrise Drive.
Correct.
Which is a total different drive at 31 than it would be on Sun Lake Boulevard.
I agree. This is just methodology to use. It's completely up to y'all whether you want to override what we want to suggest, but this is used by other municipalities to determine the need for it.
Well, personally, if 33% of the people are speeding and it's on a street like Sunrise Drive, I think you give them the speed bump, but that's only my opinion.
There are no sidewalks there either, is it?
I don't think there are sidewalks.
No, there's no sidewalks in there.
So the only place for people to walk would be the streets.
Correct.
I don't mind this, the whole thing, just so you leave it up to us, and that's what but I'd like to, if we can, take a minute and hear from Mr. Shields. Okay. You want to come up, Charlie, and talk about this?
Matter of fact, you got to run out. Charlie Shields, resident. As a matter of fact, I have the data in front of me. You know, and if a car one was recorded, I think at 55 miles an hour. So, I mean, it only takes one. Okay. That road is very small. You put speed bumps on the north side all the way around to the back. And now they're coming around where the other side of it, it's like a racetrack. There's one house in the back of Sunrise Drive that has 4 cars in its driveway. And one of them is one of those little, I call them carnival cars, one of those little tiny cars with the little tiny wheels. That must have been the one that went 55 miles an hour. Now, there are people that walk on that Sunrise Drive. In fact, there's families that walk with their dogs, with their children, okay? There's kids in golf carts we've never regulated running around. Somebody's going to get hurt. That's my comment on it.
Thank you, Chairman. Do we have any other comment from the board?
Yeah, I like the methodology. I'm blown away that there are people going 45 and 50 miles an hour through there. That's insane. And, the drivers, it's like, okay, where's a cop when you need him? And that's the problem, is we even though we're paying extra to have extra patrol, we don't seem to be able to stop the speeding, and that's my concern.
I'd like to make one other comment. And when I looked at the data, I was just told that there's I don't know how many percentile on here is the measurement of golf carts. So if you took that out of the equation, the percentile would have moved up much higher.
Good point.
Can you comment on that, Drew? Are golf carts included in this percentile?
Yes. Bill, sit down, I'll call you up.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Not a problem.
We got to get another mic.
I think we need another mic, Pat. I know you got them ordered, so.
Next meeting.
For your question about golf carts, it's going to track anything that's moving probably beyond 5 miles an hour. It's going to, if it's big enough.
So even bicycles.
I'm not saying it would. It'd probably be a lot harder for it to grab. Probably if it was some big tricycle or something moving really fast, it probably could get it. But the thing is, traffic is traffic. You're not going to. I know you probably like to exclude golf carts. I understand what you're saying. It could skew the data some, but it's part of traffic on the road.
So there's a total of 2,147 vehicles or golf carts for that week.
Since we already have one on Sunrise on the other half of it, I think we need the calming device on the other half.
Any other comment from the supervisors? Public comment?
Bill Norcross, resident again. I really appreciate the methodology that you guys are trying to employ here in the traffic control, because it's been a lot of problems with the high speed. The only problem I had is, and I appreciate Pebble Beach being monitored for a week or so, but the speed indicator was down. I don't know how long it was there, for a week. I would say at least 3 days. So it kind of skewed that application of speed. But all in all, as a resident, I appreciate any help that we can do to curb the speeding. Thank you.
Okay, Jim? I'll get back to you.
Jim Sherwis, resident. The methodology, I don't think, can be used here. It recognizes my golf cart at 18 miles an hour every time I go by. Your traffic could be 25+% golf carts. It's going to skew it so bad. Thank you.
Okay.
Michael, what do you think?
You really want my opinion?
No, I asked you.
Do we need it there? Yes, absolutely, we need it on that corner. I've sat there, we've been talking about this. I think, yes, we absolutely need it. We need speed bumps, not speed cushions, and I've talked to Drew about that. I don't particularly like this cushions, but it slows them down. Anything that we can slow people down, I'm for, because we're the ones that get the complaints. I mean, I can't even go out to eat without getting complaints about speeders here. Okay, I do think the petitions are good to let the whole neighborhood, we're doing it, but absolutely, I think that is an area that we need it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya, do we have another public comment?
I agree with these guys about the problem and the speeders. I've actually... Dennis, your name?
Your name.
Oh, Dennis Swanson. I live up the street. Anyways, I've been driving down that street myself and had somebody pass me when I was doing 25 miles an hour on Mazda. And to complicate the problems on Mazda, you got 3/4 of a mile from the start to the curve down the road, and it's straight. And they really like to take advantage of it a lot. And then from there, you got another 3/4 of a mile to the bump. So you got over half a mile for these people to go on. But on top of that, there's a lot of kids that come up that street, go up on the corner for school buses every day, and that worries me. The second thing is, I think Mazda has got the most dog walkers, people walkers, bus riders, or bike riders of any street in the area. Because I have people going by my house constantly. And all these people, a lot of them, and I'll stop and say something to them, face traffic, dummy. They don't. I've seen a lady with her mother and 2 little kids on little bikes going along with their back to traffic on those streets, including Sunrise. And to me, 1 kid hit is enough to, as far as I'm concerned, you hit 1 kid and it's over. It's over. You'll have the world down on your neck.
Thank you, Dennis. Any other public comment? Tanya, what would you like from us? A recommendation or a motion or?
A consensus would be good here. But I do support, thank you, Drew, for working with me on the methodology on this. And going forward, we would like to present this methodology on future requests to see what we do have. I support data. I support in looking at the numbers, but I do also understand that we have a handful of people that have driven 40, 50 miles an hour through there, so I do understand that as well. We will never control 100% of the traffic issues here in Sun and Lake, but I appreciate the time that you spent, on this, and we would like to use this going forward if, at least it gives us, data to make decisions based on that. So what we'll need here is a recommendation from the board, consensus from the board for the speed table.
I think as long as the supervisors understand your system or your methodology, we can live with that. And I don't mind if you do that. I think it's good information for us. But just so it's up to us, because every one is special. It's different.
Yes, it is.
Okay, now go ahead, Craig.
If there's some way of potentially coming up with a figure, whether it be 20% or 25% of the data should maybe be tossed because it is related to golf cart traffic. I don't know if you did a spot check and you could come up with maybe a percentage of those being kicked out and how much impact that would have on the data. Does that move that 85 percentile? It probably would. But I don't know how we would go about collecting that data, but I think it would be...
Every street's going to be different.
Well, to a certain extent, but the traffic around here on golf carts is pretty significant. So it does sway the data.
Okay, I think you have a consensus to put it in.
I would like to raise one other issue on this. And I am probably one of the most vocal opposed to speed bumps. I hate speed bumps. I like driving the speed limit. I wish everybody did. But clearly they don't. And, I think I was one of the vocal proponents of paying extra to get the sheriff in here to patrol the streets and control the speed better. And if it's not working, I'd like to revisit that. I mean, can we get a report at the next meeting as to how many tickets have been issued to speeders? Are we really making an impact through that extra expense, or should we just get rid of the extra expense that we're paying for the extra sheriff if we're still getting speeders and get more speed bumps?
I think it's been months since we had the sheriff here.
Yeah,
We don't have him anymore. We haven't had him in months.
Because they charge us extra to...
Yeah, I knew they charged us extra. I guess somehow I missed that we weren't doing it anymore.
I think it's, 4 months, 5 months, something like that. Something like that.
Since the summer, we recognize that, the traffic in Sun and Lake changed with, the COVID and the schools and everything else. So, but I can still get a report.
Yeah,
absolutely, I can.
Because
if you want to find out what the
theoretically we're paying county taxes and still should have the sheriff here.
So I can get a report based on the last 6 months, maybe, of data for tickets. Okay.
But it's a reality we got to face now, because it just seems like you have your police and then you got to pay extra to have them. But it's not just here, but it's a problem around the country, I think.
Before we leave this topic, where are we at on temporary speed bumps potentially for Myrtle Beach Drive because of all the construction traffic?
We have not set up the speed device yet. The speed device has been on Pebble. It was on Sunrise for a week. It's been on Pebble a week, so we don't have the data just yet. But we're gonna we're gonna be placing it on Myrtle next week.
I also have a note on San Bruno.
Right.
We haven't done San Bruno yet either.
Another one, but I'm talking about just Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, we don't
last
have
meeting, it was 3 issues: Sunrise, San Bruno, and Myrtle Beach.
Right, but we haven't set the speed device out there yet because we need 1 week to collect.
We've been trying to do it, a week at a time, but just so it's on San Bruno now.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, just so you know, I've met with the contractors. I've actually stopped the trucks to try to slow it down. The problem is, I don't know if they're on time limits, they're rushing in and out. And that's where the complaints come in that area.
And that's where I'm going is,
right, exactly.
We need to kind of look at the possibility when we have heavy construction traffic that's going to be there for a while because of like Southern Homes, that we put temporary speed bumps out there to control that traffic.
In my opinion, I would love to do that.
I mean,
because
we got to come here. $2,000,
right? And $1,200.
$1,200,
right?
And you can take them, put them down,
and we install them ourselves.
Them from someplace, we move them to the next place,
right?
Where there's heavy construction.
Right. If we have a lot of
they do fly.
Right.
I'm good with that.
I would like to be able to put the speed device there so that we can at least see the speeding. The traffic is there every day. Semis, construction. As far as the speeding, we don't know. I mean, the traffic is massive right now with this construction in Deer Run. We do know that, so we have an opportunity to put the speed device over on Myrtle to take a look at that and see what's going on.
Could you do those next 3 streets by next meeting and have a report for it?
No, because we need 1 week for each.
1 week, for each. We usually put out there 7 days, so.
So you're going to do San Bruno at the next meeting and Myrtle Beach the meeting after?
Myrtle Beach is where I think the heading is because there's less of us out there on San Bruno.
I think they're going, I was there yesterday, and they were going down San Bruno to that short street to go over to Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. Well, you went by me, actually, and I saw you. We were out.
There's a San Bruno on the east side also?
No, it's on the west side. And they would go down San Bruno, make a turn at that short road, and they're going where they're clearing all those lots.
Oh, yes.
And that's how they're coming in, but they're going down San Bruno and then going out to Myrtle Beach, or Pebble Beach. Pebble Beach, I'm sorry.
So, what you're saying is, if we get a lot of complaints where the construction's going on, you would like us to put a temporary speed bump to slow those people down. Is that okay? I'm asking you right now.
I would like to see the data before we do that. That's why we bought the speed device.
Right, but I mean, even if it's all the construction trucks that the concrete trucks, the any equipment that they have, and I really like that idea. Is just put them down there temporary to slow them down while they're doing the building, then take them back up after. So, I mean, that'll slow them down. Hopefully it'll stop them from driving over people's lawns. I mean, I was out this morning and somebody had more poles on his lawn than he had grass because he wanted to keep people off his grass. So, I mean, and that'll work. I was out with Duke yesterday looking for street lights and stuff, and both guys from Duke says, wow, there's a lot of traffic going through here, So, I mean, even they notice it. So.
Well, you two decide and let us know what you think.
Okay, thank you.
But
You've heard from us.
and we had a resident, Mark Caramana, here a month ago now, talking about Myrtle Beach. And if that response is going to take us a month in order to get that kind of data, I think that's deplorable. Somehow we have to adapt because we're not being looked at with favorable eyes and with our response being this slow.
Staying on speed. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
I think he was just coughing.
Oh. Staying on speed bumps, we talked last meeting about putting a yellow pole by the Edgewater, the speed bump here on Edgewater. Okay. Can you give me an update since it's not there?
I'll be honest with you.
Huh?
Yes, we did, but I forgot about it. I'll be honest with you. We got a lot going on, but it will be up.
Okay. Okay. I see people driving on the grass, so.
Right. I know. I remember you told me now, Ray.
Okay. Thank you.
My fault. I messed up.
Is there anything else from the supervisor?
Can I give just two more quick updates?
Yes.
I sent an email to you about the Aqua Teas, so if you would like some more information or printouts on that, please let me know. So that project has now been advertised for bid.
The only question I got on the Aqua Teas.
Yes.
Did the women approve the drawings?
Mike? Yes? Thumbs up? Okay, Turtle Run.
What? Yes?
He gave me a thumbs up.
So the women approved. That's all I care.
I need a hard copy of that, and I did ask Earl last meeting to, before I'm in favor of them, but I'd like to see where they're going. I have no clue where they're even going. So I'd like to, before I vote for $100,000 and some, I'd like to at least see what we're proving.
He can take you out.
And I just think we got to work on this system again because we're spending $130,000 and I don't know where yet. But I'm in favor of it.
If we could just get drawings of each hole showing where the Aqua Tea is going to go, that would be more helpful than going out and looking.
You got it.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't. We have not seen a thing.
It's on.
Okay, what else, Daniel?
Wait, we got everything. It's on email.
I got something from Tanya.
We can make hard copies for you if you'd like. So that's okay. The last thing, we sent out letters to the residents on the north end of Torrega Street regarding a potential drainage project for a new sock pipe. So those letters were sent out on Tuesday.
And we've got 3 yeses already back.
Okay. So what we're looking for from the residents, this is 21 property owners, not residents, excuse me, this would be property owners, is a consent to the project, and then once we receive those, I'm sure there's going to be a handful that we don't receive at all, but we'll take those into account, and we'll see we'll let you know. We'll keep you updated on that project.
Okay, thank you. Were we in staff reports, I think, now, but I don't know if Ariane is, or Omar, you got anything?
No, sure, talk about RFP, that's all.
Okay.
I got something for Ariel. The newsletter that we just got, was very well done, nicely updated. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
There was only one thing I would critique you on.
Okay.
It said January, February, and it wasn't. It's just February.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
But otherwise,
it goes out in January. That's the only reason it said that. But
I mean, the content much more improved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. And the district manager's comments were okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
General counsel report.
Okay. Castro appeal. The reply brief was filed by opposing counsel, and so we're just waiting on second DCA. Your guess is as good as mine as to when we'll get that ruling. But to the best of my knowledge, there's nothing else that our counsel needs to be doing regarding that appeal. The Avanti Mueller lawsuit, we're in some settlement negotiations. I had a conversation with Scott Lacconi yesterday. He was expecting to be having a call. I had a scheduled call with opposing counsel today, so hopefully I will get an update from him today with how settlement negotiations are going. The foreclosure issues for the bondholders, a letter went out last week, giving them until February 1st to respond to avoid litigation, and if we don't, depending on whether or not we get a response from the attorney, we'll determine if we have to move forward to filing an actual foreclosure lawsuit, or if we can basically settle for deeds in lieu of foreclosure without having to initiate anything. Other than that, that's all I have, unless there's questions.
Thank you. Tanya, do you have any more on?
Not today, thank you.
Okay, I just have a question on Hornicks. We withdrew that. Have you heard any more?
I'm waiting on a proposal to assess the area for sand skinks and tortoises. I still have not received that. I will follow up this afternoon on that.
So where do we stand on Unit 12? I'm confused.
Canceled.
I know it's canceled, but you dangled the possibility of something happening.
Yes, Mr. Hornick is still interested in development, but we need to assess the area and take a look at what potential environmental issues that we have there, which are the sand skinks and the tortoises. We met with Mr. Lou Carter of Polston Engineering, who is, for a quote to actually assess the area. So I haven't seen that yet, so I don't have any other updates today.
So I have to ask a question that I really don't want to ask, but I'm going to do it anyway. Do we have a problem? We're not going to be able to sell that property so somebody can build on it because of the sand skinks and whatever else the other thing is? That's my first question. The second question is, why the hell did we find out after we bought the property? Why didn't we know this before we bought it? Don't we check those things out?
No, we don't.
Technically, this wasn't a purchase. This was a foreclosure. So
so if we spend money on anything, don't we check out what we're doing?
Not from an environmental standpoint. Are there tortoises there? Yes, they are. They're gopher tortoises. Usually, a developer who buys the property or comes in will do the assessment. I'm not saying that I'm going to do the assessment. I'd like to see what the cost is, and then what other environmental issues that we do have there, if any.
Generally, environmental issues are part of your due diligence as a purchaser. Generally.
So if there's a problem, is this a lemon, potential lemon?
I don't know there's a problem, and that's why I'd like to get a quote on the assessment and maybe take a look at the area. If there are sand skinks, then there's mitigation involved. We can get through those issues. I don't know what they are yet, so I'll keep you updated as soon as I know.
Well, I think we better try to get through these issues as quick as we can, because I thought I was going to ask the same question that Ray did. I mean, if we can't sell it, we need to work on getting some relief from the county or something, because it's years of BS is what it is if we can't sell it.
Michael, can I say something? When we built when they built Turtle Run, they had to go through the same thing. Okay, so you know that, all right? So it's something that nobody known, because I was talking to the people that were involved in, and I asked the same question, and they said they go through the same thing once they start construction. Just so.
So this really isn't a problem, really, for Hornicon. It's just we'll wait maybe to back out of it?
No, I don't think it's that. I'm just saying that when we did Turtle Run, we had to go through the same process. They had turtles there. So, and the environmental came in and looked at the property and found there wasn't enough turtles to stop the or they have to move them.
Relocate.
Relocate them. But that's done all over the country anyways.
Welcome to 2021.
Right, exactly.
Okay, that's all I have. But I just think we should be working on this and get all this stuff done before we have somebody again that wants to buy it, if that's possible. Unfinished business.
None.
New business.
None.
Committee reports.
None.
Public comment.
Jim Serwis, resident. Question for Tanya. That in the last year I've probably gotten 25 calls from grandmas and grandpas, kids, grandkids that inherited the property or for whatever and asking me. I've had one that was on a paper street 35 years later, another one that is now preserved. Most of these people don't even know if they have title or was it agreement for deed way back then. I understand from one of the supervisors that you will accept quitclaim deeds. With some of these people are of an age that they aren't going to know what I'm talking about in the first place. Would the district fill out a quitclaim deed for them?
We have a standard form that we could send to them. We've done that.
Okay, but remember, some of these people are 80 years old, and they're going to read that and say, what? Can you fill them out to the point of them signing, more or less?
I don't know that we've done that. Have we done that, Omar, for anyone?
So okay. It can be done. I could tell them that.
Yeah, we just have to make sure that they're the record title holders. I mean, if a probate's needed, we're not going to initiate a probate or anything like that. So as long as they're the record title holders, we don't have a problem filling out a deed in lieu or quitclaim deed to be executed by them.
Thank you. Wait a minute. I'd be generous, but it would be my fault.
Sorry to have to come up so many times, but every time an issue comes up, it affects residents. Bill Norcross, resident. I really appreciate Ariel's presentation last month. A very progressive recreation theme and planning ahead, which is very important. I just don't understand one thing about the fitness center. Is this an addition to this building, 3 walls, or is it a standalone building?
At this point, it's nothing. We had talked about expanding this corner.
Okay, that makes sense. You're talking about 3 walls. Now, just basically, that's about 1,300 square feet. That's about $200 the cost per square foot. But we're only talking 3 walls now and a roof. So, I don't think it needs a bathroom facility. You have one in the other building. So, what I'm saying. But I like the idea of doing something for the residents, so they don't have to go down the planet, so they don't have to have 2 cars. They drive their golf cart over here, and it's a very useful type of thing. So, in the overall scheme of things, I think it's good. So, if you go ahead with it, whether it be a metal roof or not, but I'm concerned about a $300,000 3-wall construction. And I think it's a little bit too high, so maybe we can come down on that cost. Thank you.
Jim Jonas, resident. I'm going to comment about the speed bumps on Sunrise, that's Manor Hill, right? My question is, I believe Manor Hill has an association, homeowners association. What has that association done in terms of letting their residents know they're not to be speeding through their own neighborhood? I know they recently had a meeting. I remember seeing a sign posted. They had a meeting, their annual meeting, not too long ago. So it's kind of an open question. Was that brought up in their meeting? Did they talk to them among themselves, saying, we got to stop speeding ourselves? Or was their immediate response was, we need speed bumps? I think the association has a responsibility to let their residents know they need to abide by the speed limits in their own neighborhood, instead of counting on the district to throw speed bumps on every road in the district. The people who live here have the responsibility to abide by the law. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Jim.
I think we should check into that. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I just want to introduce myself. My name's Scott Kerouac. I'm one of your newly elected county commissioners for District 3. I am now your county liaison, replacing Commissioner Hanley. And I just wanted to take the time to introduce myself. I've heard a few concerns that would relate to the county, and I'd like to certainly share with you that I'm here to serve you. I would be glad to look into any of these concerns, to bring these to staff and what have you, to be able to report back to you. I do have on my calendar to plan to attend your regularly scheduled meetings every 2 weeks, and I will leave my business card with y'all, and if there's anything that I can do for you, certainly I'll do my best to look into things. One thing that I've learned with my new job is that things aren't always as they appear on the surface, so I'm committed to digging below the surface to investigate issues that may concern your district out here. And I know Tanya mentioned a little bit about the COVID update. I'll give you the most recent. We now have 20,000 plus people on our waiting list that are looking. I'm also the chair of the county commission this year. And as your chair, I did meet with the officials from our health department after this Tuesday's board meeting. I'm not happy with the allotments that we're getting here in Highlands County. We're working on that. I can tell you there are things within the works possibly to look into develop into the vacant J.C. Penney store and open up what we could maybe consider a mega vaccine site with the help of the Department of Emergency Management, and looking to get those numbers up, because at this rate, our first week we were allotted 900 vaccines. The second week we were allotted 500. We're completing this week now with an allotment of 800 vaccines. And I'm sure it doesn't take you much to do the math with 20,000 people waiting on the list. There was a new executive order issued yesterday afternoon that now limits Florida residents only for the vaccine program. I think that's going to be an issue with some of our winter residents that are here. I'm still digging into that. My understanding, I heard something on the news this morning. I think if you don't have an actual Florida driver's license or an ID to prove residency, I believe if you have a utility bill or something with your Florida address on here, that will also suffice. We have staff looking into this. We don't know if this is going to be challenged on the federal level. Whether or not those that are not residents of the state of Florida will be now eligible. But this is an evolving process for the county. None of us have ever been tasked with vaccinating our entire population. We have approximately 106,000 people in our county. If 70,000 of those people choose to get vaccinated, as you can see, this is going to take a long time at this current pace. I think certainly it's being recognized that the current pace isn't working, but I would like to remind you, and unfortunately, and I signed up for this job, and all the arrows are getting shot our way. But the county is simply a supportive role to the Florida Department of Health, which is a state organization. Okay, we don't control that organization. They do get some. The local health department does get some county funding, but their budget, their staff, and everything is all controlled by the state. We stepped in to set up the pod or the point of distribution at the Lakeshore Mall because the health department simply does not have the resources with the staff that they have locally to do that. They were prepared to maybe handle 150 per week. And we recognize as a county that simply is not going to work. Did we stumble out of the gate? Yes, we have. But I can tell you, the county and our emergency operations director and that team has made huge strides. My latest reports are that most people now, they're in and out within 1 hour, and that includes their 15 minutes observation time. We're looking at our community partners with the hospitals also, local pharmacies. I know you've heard some talks of Publix locations. Of course, we're trying to get as many locations as we can to vaccinate the population, those who want the vaccine, as quickly as we can. And I just ask for patience with the community, and certainly, you can direct questions. I'd be glad to try to help out any way that I can, and things will get better. I can assure you things are going to get better. The problem is recognized that this is an issue moving forward, but this is a state-run issue. Okay, this is not a county-run issue. We're simply a supportive role, and we're doing our best. We have the capability, and I know the last meeting that we had with emergency management officials, the J.C. Penney location, we're looking at ramping that up to 2,500 vaccines per week, and that would be a great help. And there's some other things also on a federal level that could offer some more assistance there. So I just wanted to take the time. I'll leave my card before I leave with each one of you, and any concerns that you have. And I know we've talked about, and I've heard with the previous commission, what have you, of some concerns with roads and gas taxes and things like that. And I'll certainly be glad as your new commissioner to explore that also, okay? Because I understand that you're county taxpayers also, but you pay your improvement district taxes. But understand when you take to give to one, you must take from another. So if the county was to pull this out of their revenue stream, we have to replace that somehow. And as a county commissioner, I don't want to raise your taxes, okay? The way that we keep up with expenses that go up for your district as well as the county over time, you broaden your tax base. I've met with Tanya. We've talked about the county-owned lots out here, trying to maybe fast-track more of the lots that we own as a county to get them back on the tax roll for you folks and for us also. So I've asked staff to look into that, especially some of the more developable lots and what have you that we currently have in our inventory. So I do have staff looking into that to see if we can get out bigger blocks at a time for the auctions that we're doing on those lots. So that is something that's in the works. And if any of y'all have any questions, I'd be glad to answer what I can today. If I can't give you an answer, I will get an answer for you, but I won't give you an answer if it's a wrong answer.
Well, I'll just start, and thank you for coming. And I think it'd be very nice if you were here every meeting, because a lot of times stuff comes up that we don't know.
Sure.
And that would be very helpful. And I'm one of those on that list that you're talking about.
Yes, sir. And that's, and we're developing other things. We get asked questions about why we don't have a drive-through vaccination type of operation, and that is being looked at initially. We were criticized because we're bringing people inside the mall and a potential to have close contact. We are trying to follow CDC guidelines. You do have to wear a mask when you come to the mall vaccination location, and we practice social distancing and what have you. But this is something, like I said, that's evolving. And one of the things that we had a concern with the drive-through, that was when somebody comes through a line and they're holding their hands on a steering wheel and you stick a needle in their arm, you can't just let them go drive out on the highway, okay? Because if they have a reaction to that and they cause an accident, we can be held liable as a county. So I investigated some other counties and how they're dealing with that. If it's a drive-through, you get your vaccine, you get handed a time slip, you go to a designated parking area, okay? And before you can exit the area and follow the cones, you have to give your time slip in that 15 minutes has elapsed. So I'm thinking, okay, what happens if somebody's by themselves and they have a reaction in their car? How do we know that they're having a reaction? And they're told to blow their horn or what have you if they need assistance. Well, what if you have a seizure and you can't blow your horn? Okay. Once again, digging below the surface. And some other communities and counties, they've had like National Guard or law enforcement, what have you, that they actually assign to each row of cars, and they're continually walking back and forth, looking in the windshields of the cars to see if there's anybody distressed. So this is all something that we're ramping up on, because we do realize that there is a large segment of our community that doesn't have the ability to stand in line for 30 minutes or an hour at the mall. They're incapable of doing that. So we have to figure out things to vaccinate that segment of our population. So I can tell you, under the current governor's executive order, that applies to nursing homes and assisted living facilities, frontline health care workers, and those of the age of over 65 years old. That's the only people that we're allowed to vaccinate right now. That's the only registrations that we will take. We cannot even vaccinate our law enforcement officials. We cannot vaccinate our firefighters that do not have direct patient contact. Now, if they're an EMT or a paramedic, they become eligible because they're a frontline worker. They can be vaccinated. Recently, something was brought to my attention that looking at offering vaccines to school board employees that are 65 and older. And if I haven't learned anything in my new role, which has been very short so far, is I set a precedence in every decision that we make moving forward. Okay? And do we want to vaccinate all those people within the school board? Absolutely. But what about the people in the sheriff's department that are over 65? What about the people that work in our county building? Because we have county employees that their spouses work for the school board. And what you do for one, you must do for another. So I'm not in favor, even though these folks are 65 and older, how do I justify moving them to the front of the line of those that have followed the procedure? And I can tell you, we can't tell you where you're at in the line, okay? You might be number 17,455. Okay? So we're working through all these things, and we're not showing favoritism. We're following the governor's executive order. But at the end of the day, this is a Florida Department of Health. They are the lead agency on the vaccine program in the state of Florida. Yes, sir.
That was my question. I've registered, but there's no way to verify that you're registered, right?
Unfortunately not.
Did I miss it?
No, sir. Well, I mean, you would get a confirmation. You should have, when you registered, you do it online, or did you do it on the phone?
I did it online.
Online. So if you came to a confirmation screen, you're in the system. You could try calling.
But I didn't get a number, nothing.
Yeah, you will be called as we get released vaccines. If we get 1,000 next week, we're going to take the next 1,000 people on that list, and we contact them on the primary contact information that they used during the registration. If it was a phone number, we're going to call you on the phone. If it was an email, we're going to call you.
I guess my question is there a way for me to go in the system to verify that I'm in there?
Not at this time. Now, the state is working on that. I can tell you what we were tasked with as a county, and I know this is going to sound very strange to you because the health department was not prepared. I can tell you, I was disappointed that as a county and as a state and as a nation, We all know that they've been fast-tracking the vaccines. We knew it was coming. And when I was told that the health department had no plan, no registration system, we had to take a county employee that works in engineering that does mapping to develop our online registration portal, and that came with some issues. So God bless this girl, she did it on New Year's weekend. Okay, we launched that website 3 weeks ago, and Monday at 8 a.m., by 8:03 a.m., all 900 vaccines were claimed. But an error that we had in the system, because we've never developed a system to register thousands of people for a vaccine, poor girl, she didn't put in a limit on how many people could choose appointment time, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. So you can imagine some people overbooked for a certain appointment time. That created confusion. Then we identified there was 182 people that got caught in, I'm going to say, the cloud. Okay, and what happened is they were 80% through with their registration, going through the steps. It gave them their name, it gave them a registration number, it gave them an appointment time and day. But down below, it's big black letters, it says, please click the submit form button below to finalize your registration, which these folks did, but it failed to tell them that they should have been brought to a confirmation screen. But they had got locked out because 900 people had got in before them. So the first vaccination day on Tuesday, certainly we had people that waited in line for close to 2 hours that came to the table and said, yeah, I'm so-and-so, and there's my number, here's my appointment, and I'm here to get my vaccination. Sorry, you don't have an appointment. Well, yeah, I do. It's here on paper. No, we're sorry that you don't. As you can imagine, people were not happy. Nor would have I been, okay? But I can stand here and tell you that none of that was intentional. Nobody did that on purpose. It's just something that we were tasked with as a county, something we're not even in charge of, to try to help our community, and it came with some stumbles along the way. We fixed that. We've got those people got priority because they'd already been in the system and they thought they had an appointment. So we did everything that we could do to treat those individuals as fairly as we possibly could. And I can tell you, since that first day, things have drastically improved at the mall. I've personally visited there 3 times while we're vaccinating people and watched the operation, make sure things are going smoothly, and they're going much better. Our hopes now is to ramp those numbers up where we can start getting a decent amount of our population vaccinated every week. So we're continuing to work on it. But I thank you. And any other questions that you have this time?
I've got a few.
Yes, sir.
So the first one is the paper seems to indicate we're linked with DeSoto County, and who's deciding of the vaccines that come into DeSoto Highlands, what goes to DeSoto and what goes to Highlands?
You know, and we're concerned about that too, because we share our health director from the Department of Health with DeSoto County, and we've requested an audit from the state of Florida. We don't want to know what vaccines are designated for Highlands County, and we want a paper trail to know where those vaccines are going. Some are coming to the mall, some are going to the hospitals. Another thing that we've recognized is that the state doesn't just send you 5,000 vaccines and tell you, let us know when you need more. They first send you an allotment to see, because the counties are different on your infrastructure and how many you can handle. So we're going to send you 900, and if you can get those all injected in 7 days, we're going to ramp up your numbers. We're going to try 1,000, then 1,200, and we're going to keep seeing what you can handle. We're not allowed to take half of the vaccines that we have and put them on the shelf so the second dose is there, because the state looks at, if we have vaccines that are sitting on shelves here in Highlands County or hospitals, we recognize that a problem could be if the hospitals are holding 100 doses because they haven't used them yet, that the state is looking at this potentially as, well, you haven't given out what we've given you, so we're not going to throttle your numbers up. We're going to throttle them back. I said, that doesn't work. I told them in Tuesday's meeting, that says, if this is an issue with the hospital, I want to know, I want to get involved, I want to meet with the head staff at the hospital and find out what is going on here, because in my belief, if they knew that they're holding things up, they too would say, okay, well, we don't want to do that. So this is a evolving process, like I said, but it's certainly something that I feel confident that we're moving in the right direction, okay, but at the pace that I would like to be? No, I don't think any of us would be. But we're certainly going to continue to do everything that we can to represent the citizens here and to get them vaccinated as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay, and another part of evolving is, if we got 20,000 registered and we had 20,000 vaccines and could get them all in, great, but we don't. So since we've got limited vaccines, I know it's kind of late to look at this, but a triage system might be helpful. I'm 65 and healthy. My wife is older with asthma and heart disease. Sure. She should be up at the top of the list.
And I agree. And that's one of the things that I had a problem with it is if the health department wanted to go out and set up additional pods, which stands for point of distribution, okay, is that I made it clear with the health department, with Mary Kay, who's the head of our health, Mary Kay Burns. I said, I'm going to tell you, if you want to go vaccinate in different groups of 65 and older, and they're going to be moved to the front of the line, I said, county staff is not going to answer to that. I can tell you our staff is being abused daily, okay, over something that we have very little control of. And I said, we will make a public statement because we've been questioned by people that we have on county staff. How come my spouse got vaccinated and I cannot? Okay, to me, that's not an equitable solution here. And we do have segments of our population, like I said, I've got people that email me, my wife's 83, I'm 84, she's on oxygen. When can I get vaccinated? And they're anxious and they're scared, and rightfully so. Okay, but if you want to push people in the front of the line, we're not going to be responsible for that. We're not going to be held accountable for that. And they canceled that because I said, listen, I have no problem. If we're like a McDonald's and you want to tell me how many hamburgers and buns we get every week, so be it. And we're going to let the public know that's exactly what we are. Okay, but I want to work with you. I don't want to work against you. I believe we all have the same common goal here, but you set precedents in everything that you do, in my position, and that's something that I'm very concerned about and certainly something that we're on top of.
Now, and following up on that, the question would be if you got, 900 the first week?
Yes, sir.
Was that one dose or was that a double dose so that you've got a dose to give them their second shot when it comes due?
One dose.
So,
and keep in mind, like I said, that 20,000 people, if we vaccinate 70,000 county, if we stay with the current vaccine, the Moderna vaccine, they each have to be injected twice.
Right.
140,000 injections.
Yeah, and you've got to be sure that you get the vaccines that you need to vaccinate them the second time when it's due.
I can tell you, we spoke about this on Tuesday at the board meeting and after the board meeting, and what we're being told by the health department, they have assured us that on the state level that the second doses will be shipped to the county and will be available because we're week 3 in now. So after next week, we have 900 people that got vaccinated that first week. They're going to be looking for their second shot.
Right.
Okay. And I told them, I says, you want to talk about an outcry that if we don't have the second shot for them, I said, we haven't seen anything yet. Right. So I am doing my best, as well as staff and other commissioners, to make sure that our voice is heard loud and clear, that we're expecting for them to deliver on what they told us. But they will not let us hold half for the second dose because they're going to say, no, we're not going to send you any more. And we're looking at, right now, we're doing Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for first injections. And it's looking like we're going to go to Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays for your second shot. But as you can imagine, contacting hundreds, if not thousands of people via email or phone is no light lift.
Right.
So I ask for your patience. Certainly if you have ideas, we certainly run those up the ladder and see what we can do with them. But yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces to this. And how do you figure out which have the more desperate need than others? Okay, I had a problem with that if somebody, even though they're 65 or older, that they're sitting in a school board office isolated pretty much from people most of the day, why that person should move in front of who you're referencing, okay? Now, we've got a real issue here in the county when it comes to teachers that are under the age of 65. We have teachers we have classrooms at this time now, so we don't have a teacher to put in a classroom. We have bus drivers that are getting sick that we can't get children to school. I would like to be able to see us vaccinate those people to keep our schools open, but we can't under the current executive order if they're under the age of 65. But you have to be careful who you're going to offer vaccines to at the age of 65 that don't have to wait in this list because I've been accused of this. One of the first emails I got as a commissioner, I'm sure that you and your family and the Good Old Boys Network, you're all going to the front of the line and you're getting your vaccines. I did reply to that one. I don't reply to all of them that are nasty emails, but I told that gentleman that I took offense to his statement because that's the furthest thing from the truth, and in my watch, that is not going to happen. We're all equal here. We'll all follow the same rules. If somebody wants to change those rules along the way with the health department, they can answer to it to the newspaper. They can answer to it to the public. Because I'm not going to allow our staff to be abused daily because of decisions that they're making. But I believe we have a much better understanding after my meeting with them this week, and I think we're all going to play a lot better together, and that's my hopes. So.
And my last question on this topic would be, are we, as residents of Highlands County, allowed to go outside of the area? Can I go up to Tampa Publix and try to get
Absolutely. A shot? You can go anywhere. You can go and even if you're registered on our list, if you can get in somewhere else. And one of the things, the reason that they issued this order for Florida residents only, we have now discovered a problem called vaccine tourism. Mm-hmm. There's people that are coming in from out of state because their states haven't even started yet. Yeah. So that, like I said, there's a lot of moving pieces to this and a lot to understand, but our number one certainly our priority here is our citizens here in Highlands County, and our winter residents add a lot to our economy every year, and certainly, but there's been a lot of criticism about that also because it's a list of 20,000 people and we're getting 900 a week. I'd be concerned too. Yeah, but any other questions? Good.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'll leave a card.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Before, we got a meeting at 11 o'clock, a workshop.
Thank you.
So,
They need a few minutes to set up, if that's
yes, and I'm just saying we have somebody that wants to comment, but
I'll be very brief, Mike. I'll stay under my 5 minutes.
But we want a break.
Yeah.
And the meeting's in 7 minutes, so
okay. I'll take 90 seconds.
Go
Jim
ahead.
Jonas, resident. I just want to clarify a couple of things that the commissioner said. I'm looking at a newspaper article written yesterday that says, and I'm going to quote the governor here, we're only doing it for Florida residents. Governor said to reporters on Tuesday in a news conference. You got to live here either full-time or at least part-time. Goes on to say, those who own property in the Sunshine State but don't live here full-time will be eligible to get the vaccine.
Yeah,
so
but we know that.
He's not excluding non-Florida residents. If you own property, which means you pay taxes, in fact, I probably pay more taxes than you people do because I pay federal income tax, I pay state income tax in my resident state, I pay property tax down here. This is a national program. I don't care where you're from. If you go to you should be able to go walk into any vaccination center anywhere in this country. If you live in this country, you should be eligible to get a shot. If the governor's trying to exclude non-residents from getting their shot in Florida, that man's making a big mistake. Second quick comment. I was one of the people who got on the first day, January 4th at 8 o'clock. I got my wife set up, went through fine. I was the one that got right near the end, got a number, hit the button, and it said, site closed. So then I found out you could call the hotline, and after calling, I think I called 200 times one day before I finally got through to tell them my situation. And they said, we'll put you on, you are on the list, we'll call you back. Well, lo and behold, they called me Wednesday. So from January 4th, I finally got my call on Wednesday. I went in yesterday and got my first injection. From the time I stood in line to the time I got back in my car was 44 minutes. That to me is a good system. When my wife went the first week, it was a circus over there. So they've come a long way. And if somebody can't give up 44 minutes to stand in line for that vaccine, then, if they need a drive-through or somebody coming to their house, they have to be in pretty bad shape. But most people should be able to handle a 44-minute wait to get a shot. Oh, by the way, I did see the governor get his shot the first day they were available. As far as I know, he's not over 65 years old, but that's a whole other subject.
I'll let you know real quick is that what he's speaking of in the Florida resident order, okay, it is our understanding that is probably going to be challenged from the federal government.
Yeah.
So
that's nothing we can do
right,
about
that. Right, there's nothing. That's unfortunately.
Southern Lake's not going to fight that battle.
Yeah, that's out of our hands. But just to let you know, I believe that is going to be challenged federally, so it may not stick for very long.
Okay, thank you. The supervisors, I'm going to pass us up, and I'm going to set this meeting for 10 minutes at 5 after. Okay? Adjourned.
I still had something I wanted to say. Will I be able to do that when we come back? Because I didn't know he was going to talk for 20 minutes. Yeah, it does.
Is it that one? That's the one I got. Over here,
Good for you.
Power source here.
And he has.
I'm Brian.
Tony, you have a presentation on
Okay, so what are you guys asking me for? What are you guys asking me for? All right, you need power? We have a power source right here. I don't have a clicker. Ours is broken. Okay, so do you want me to connect the HDMI to your tablet, or what is that? Computer? Or do you want to just put it on one? I have a USB drive. Do you want to put it on here?
Here's what I need.
Here's
Testing. Okay.
Second time around, last time I was
I'm good, sir. All right, you? All right.
Say hello. We met yesterday on the phone.
Yes, nice to meet you again. Thank you for coming.
Congratulations on your presidency, right?
Second time. God, I didn't know if I could get that shut down in time.
Information we needed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Tony, I said it for 5 minutes.
I got in 9:20 last night. It's a little more than that. Somewhere between 2:15 and 2 a.m. It was a nice drive. I mean, it wasn't traffic. As long as they do it, and I had some phone calls, so it didn't seem like it was right. Traffic always makes it worse when there was none.
None coming this way?
Yeah, we're going up for me.
Anybody else? I got coffee.
I'm good. Oh, what?
No problem.
They're better
That's 2.
I know, I'm not, who's counting? We're going to beat this as one.
I'm not going to refer a question.
Morning, Sarah. How you doing? Tom Van, good to see you.
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Are you good, Tony? Yep. I wondered about that. It's a one-year term. You can't be reelected. So I've done my time.
I said the last time I was president was a hurricane.
What'd you say, Joe? Joe left? Okay. Evidently not.
Hi, Tony. Great looking office, seriously. Hey, Ray. Thank you.
Try to tone it down a little bit, you know. Good to see you, sir. No shorts yet today?
Today is for you. I'm not playing golf.
Oh, okay, I got it.
No, I'm going to announce it that he went over here. He was just elected.
Yeah, I was surprised he even ran for this.
But I think we all know where he stands.
Can I try that?
Okay. He's in your group. I know that.
God bless us all.
But I can't speak for him.
I understand.
And there won't be a vote today. No.
Ready to go.
Okay. Ready? Oh. Where's Tanya? I don't care. I know we have somebody here.
We had at least one public comment.
Yeah, one guy wants to talk. One guy wants to talk.
Yeah, we've generally allowed public comment. We do that after, so they've got a chance to comment.
But that one guy.
Well, the one who wants to make public comment was.
I'll start with public comment. Okay.
He's sitting there, white beard. I can't think of his name. He's here at every board meeting with a blue hat on.
Hey, Tony, tell Tanya to. Okay, here she is. Tony's going. Brian, should I wait for Tony? Who's going to start it? You?
He's going to start.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to start this meeting now, and we're going to do it a little different. We want to start it out with public comment, so if you want to come up and talk to us about anything, you can do that right now before we start the...
Terry Hemmings, resident. I got to go back to what Jim said before. I sat here 2 weeks ago and listened to some guy badmouth the restaurant for 10 minutes, and then he finished off by saying he hadn't been in it in 10 years.
Here's what I can tell you about the restaurant. In the 2.5 years I've been here, I've never had a bad meal in there. The staff goes above and beyond. My wife is probably one of the pickiest eaters on the planet, and they go out of their way to help her out and make sure she gets what she wants. The other thing I've been hearing about is meals are too much. Well, here's what I can tell you. If they got to drop the quality of the food to bring the prices down, I'd have to go somewhere else. I have no issues with what they're doing out there. Like I say, never had a bad meal in the place, and I'm not interested in seeing the quality of the food come down to save a couple bucks. I'd like to see it stay where it is. As far as the golf course goes, I'm kind of new around here. I've only been here for 2 years, but I've got guys that have been here for 20 and 25 years that are telling me that the golf course is in better shape right now than it's ever been. I play 5 days a week. I talk to 100 different people a week. My guess is that somewhere between 75 and 80% of them say, no change. We don't want to see it go. I just wanted to get that out. I hear all these people talking about they have a problem with the restaurant. I'm in there 2-3 days a week. I never see these people. So how do they know it's bad if they're never there? No changes. Leave it the way it is.
Thank you.
Pretty good.
Anybody else?
Bill Norcross, welcome Indigo back here. I think that I mentioned to Michael Mayer and Ron, and they had a function last Saturday, a double header. It had a group in the morning with white tablecloths, and the room looked excellent. It was open, it was beautiful. Very, very nice. In the afternoon, they had a men's final tournament where they put black tablecloths. Now, if I took all these tablecloths off right here, it would be a different look. And that's the problem we have there. Now, I know it's an expense for the tablecloths, but it just elevates the ambience in a restaurant. It makes people feel comfortable. Only if you did it on a minimum amount of tables, anything to attract people. That's what we want to do here. We want to increase the business. Money factor, how much it costs for those tablecloths, how much it costs to have them washed, all this other stuff and replaced. I know it's an expense, but sometimes you really have to spend a little money in the right direction. So I appreciate the work that's being done in there. It's improving. Some of the service people, the problem we had was we had a table of 8, and Mike knows about it, and the service doesn't stop at the service. And the problem we had was that dishes and glasses are on the table after people are finished. There should be a bussing technique. People that walk by should pick up a glass and walk into wherever they're going to clean it or clear the tables. That's the only thing, really. The food has been pretty good. I have no complaints with that at all. So those 2 items I appreciate some attention to. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Okay, Mr. Chansey.
All right. Well, first of all, happy Friday to everybody. The sun is shining. We're all still alive. We can live for another day, right? I want to say thank you to the board, obviously, for giving us the opportunity to come back in front of you and sort of re-present some aspects of our original presentation that I believe you had some questions about and that we needed to give you a little additional clarity on. So we very, very much appreciate that opportunity. Just to reintroduce the folks on our side that are here today. Obviously myself, Tony Chansey, Senior VP of Indigo Golf Partners. Brian Rhodes over here is Regional Director of Operations for us at Indigo Golf Partners, and Sun and Lake, of course, is one of his properties. David Evangelista here, sitting at the table, is our Regional Director of Marketing and Sales, who works with the Sun and Lake team on marketing and sales. Tom Banwart there standing up is our National Director of Food and Beverage. And Tom is based out of the VSO, our Virginia Sport Office up in Northern Virginia. We have Mike Stevens, who is our Regional Director of Agronomy, who works with Earl on the golf course. Obviously, Mike Lemire here, who is our GM at Sun and Lake. And our guest today is, as well as Bruce Glasgow, who is our Chief Operating Officer at Troon. So that's our group today, and I just wanted to say thank you again for giving us the opportunity to present to you. And let's hope I can...
Order technology.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to have to just walk around a little bit, so sorry about that, guys. That's just how I do things. I hope you're okay with that. Now, I know that you last 2 weeks ago spoke with 3 other firms, and they spent a little bit of time talking to you a little bit about their support mechanisms at their corporate headquarters and so forth. Just like we would have done had you not known us. That's part of what we all do when we come out to presentations of facilities where we have never been. I'm going to dispense with that part of the presentation because you guys know us. You know that we have a tremendous amount of support, obviously on the HR side, accounting side, IT side, ag side, and every other side you can think of. I will take the opportunity, however, to say we are twice what we were just a month ago, because we have the additional support of the Troon family now as part of our operations. We talked about in our last presentation with Troon acquiring Indigo Golf Partners. And they have a tremendous amount of support, not in just the areas that I mentioned, but also on the F&B side, which is one of the major areas that we want to talk about today. So I am going to focus on two areas. Two areas which I think are the areas that need the most improvement here at the club. The first is our strategic planning. Obviously, we've talked a little bit about the fact that we have not been on the same page with where we want to go with this club. And so we are going to present a plan in that area today, which is going to take us to a better place financially. And then, of course, restaurant operations. I think that appears to be our weak point, without question, at the club, and it's the area that we have talked about more so than any other area of the business. Somebody said once upon a time that a goal without a plan is nothing more than a daydream. Now, we could put all kinds of things up on this board here. We could tell you a bunch of stuff, but the truth of it is, from a goal standpoint, if you don't have a plan, it doesn't really make any difference. It can't be done. A lot of guys will put things up there in presentations, and you're left to believe yes or no, not sure. New guys, etc., don't know them. You do know us. You know our weak points. You know our strong points. I believe that gives us a little bit more credibility, I think, than maybe somebody else who you don't know. Our goal for this club going forward, and we believe we're on the same page with you presently after, I'll say it, a number of times telling us what you were looking for. And that is to operate this club as a solvent business model without sacrificing the member experience. So saying that another way, we got to stop getting the district to continually funding the golf course without sacrificing the experience that you as board members and all of our members of the club and residents expect out of the golf facility and restaurant. That's the page we're on. That's our goal. So everything that you see today, even though that pick right there looks like it's, I get to use my laser here, isn't that great? Looks like it's a long distance away to that flag. It's really not that far if you have a good plan to get there. And I believe we do. And as the graphic says, you know, you got to begin with the end in mind. And so that is the beginning and, if you will, the ending of where we want to be. If I've heard one word more than any other when it comes to this board, Mr. Gilpin, how many years now? Probably 5, 6 years. Six. Thank you for that. Mr. Herrick, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Hotelling, even Mr. Branson. It's been change, and change is. The reason for that word is because everything that we have at the club isn't exactly the way we want it, and we need to make those changes to affect some differences in order to be able to get us to our goal. That's the optimum word. If you change nothing, nothing changes. That's the definition of what somebody said about insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It's not going to happen. Now, there may be some reasons from prior boards and so forth, direction that we've gotten, maybe some communication issues along the way here and there, who knows. But for whatever the reasons are, we now are certain this is what you're looking for. This is what you want, and this is what our plan is all about. That's not going to happen easily. Sure, you can come in and put a plan on paper, but you've got to dig down deep in order to be able to make that plan effective. And so that's going to require a culture shift in the on-site team, especially. We've been operating, I'd say, more like a private club. With some of our service standards, some of the things we've done, we've had some extra people walking around that maybe we didn't need at times. We've had people where they've been on the clock, maybe sitting or waiting, maybe not as efficiently as we could have been in certain areas. And so that's going to take a little bit of changing, a little bit of understanding how to be more efficient at what you do, scheduling wise, etc., and servicing wise, without sacrificing the experience of the members. It's very important. That's going to lead us into a restructuring, if you will, of people, meaning the organizational chart. Where can we go in the organizational chart to be a more efficient yet very effective operation, especially today during COVID? And COVID has put an extra amount of pressure on all businesses, including food and beverage businesses. I think I was speaking with Bruce yesterday, and he told me about the fact that the 21,000 restaurants in New York City, 15,000 of them are on the verge of bankruptcy. They can't make it. And, there are a lot of people suffering as a result. So our job under COVID is to adjust our organizational chart for the business that we have today. We know that we're going to be $300,000 to $400,000 under where we would normally be in F&B revenue. So we have to adjust our business accordingly. And we can do that. We can do that and still provide the member experience that we need to provide. But we have to look at it from that perspective. In the past, our mantra, if you will, has been to do whatever we can to keep our staff intact. But there's a limit to that. There's a limit to that. At some point, you just can't afford that. And so, going back to our business model, trying to be a solvent business without sacrificing the member experience, we now have to take a second look at what we have on board as an organizational structure and adjust it. And we'll talk about that in a second, a little bit more. We can't sacrifice our product. We know that the golf course is the most important thing that we have out there. It's what draws people in. In a general sense, I think most of us have been pretty satisfied with the golf course. Earl McMahon, I didn't introduce Earl. I don't know where he is, back there somewhere. Has done a phenomenal job on the golf course. Could he use some more money to get the golf course in even better shape? Sure. No question about that. But he's done a lot with what he's got. That doesn't mean, however, that we can't be better. So we're going to take a second look at that. How can we get more out of every dollar that we're spending on the golf course? That's where Troon can help us. Their buying power is greater than ours. They can help us a lot in the areas of equipment, golf carts, major purchases, etc. That's a big deal. And those because they're usually big dollars. Same thing with fertilizers, chemicals, things like that. So I expect that we'll be able to get a lot more for every dollar that we spend because of that relationship. Hopefully that will give a little bit more money to Earl and we can continue upgrading the golf course. And that will also lead into different programming. I think we have really three markets, if you will. We'll call it the members, the residents, and the public. Right? I think if you look back and you look at the reviews of the public that has come out to the restaurant, it's been pretty good for the most part. Same thing with the golf course. That's been great. But as we move forward, if we're going to try to maximize that business, our business, the golf course, we're going to have to direct market to those three groups a little bit more aggressively and figure out ways to get them here. Because if we get them here, then we have an opportunity, those that aren't members, to get them to become members. That's got to be our main reason why we want more people to come here to experience Sun Lake Golf Club. None of that can happen without the support that I mentioned. With that support that we have now with Troon, there is not another management company that can provide that same support. Us together with Troon is double, arguably triple, the support of anybody else out there. And not just bodies, we're talking about expert people, especially on the food and beverage side. And that's only going to help our team get better and better. And that comes also with the idea of accountability. Our intention, as part of our plan, is to have a lot more oversight of this property, not because we don't agree with what we're doing, but because we know that our expert eyes, if you will, can provide a lot of help to our on-site team to help them become better and better at what they do, and to ensure that the experience that you all are having as members doesn't deteriorate with the plan that we have in effect. So there'll be a lot more of that. I'll be here more often. We've talked about having quarterly workshops at the very least. Quarterly workshops. We'll have Troon folks on site as well, especially on the F&B side. Mike Stevens, our regional agronomist, will be here. He and Earl like spending time together anyway. I don't know what they talk about all the time, but they do a lot of talking when they ride around the golf course.
Grass.
They get a lot done now. David as well. David lives not far away here in Florida. Just the entire support team will be a huge benefit. Plus, again, the addition of the Troon people, and all of that is about trying to put that solid plan or keep that solid plan together so that we can sustain our business. It's great to throw stuff up on the board again, but if you're not there to execute it and then make sure that it's being executed, what did Ronald Reagan used to say somewhere along the line? Truth but verify, I think it was. And that's what we're talking about here. So we expect to have that as we go along, and help us sustain our business. So, sorry about the E there. I guess when we switched over to another laptop, we lost a little bit of the integrity of the text on the presentation. But I wanted to go over this because I think it's important to note where we plan to go. First of all, on the revenue side. Again, people can throw up numbers, but if they're not real and they're not reasonable, they're just a bunch of numbers. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. So I'm gonna point out here, my pointer works. 2019, okay? From 2018, we grew a grand total of 0.4% in revenue. That revenue number back in 2018 was $3.6 million. So we grew to $3.628 million in 2019. Not a great increase, but not a great increase. And remember, that was pre-expansion of F&B, right? Pre-expansion of F&B. And we all talked about it. We said, hey, we have an opportunity maybe at that point with F&B to increase the footprint or change the footprint of F&B and increase our revenue. And then guess what happened? Well, we went through the whole issue of getting the thing built, which cut a little bit of our revenue between 19 and 20. And then we had to deal with the evilness, if you will, of COVID. And that took us down in fiscal 21. And by the way, so everybody knows, when we have these numbers up here, these are referring to fiscal years. The club and district operate on October through September of each year. So fiscal 21, which happens to be what we are currently in, will end in September. Will end in September, whereupon fiscal 22 will begin in October. Fiscal 22 will begin in October. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Now, we are expecting fiscal 22 to be a banner year for us. Now, why would we be doing that? Well, again, fiscal 22 begins in October of this year. Maybe we're holding our breath a little bit on this, but we kind of think COVID at that point is going to be less of an issue than it is today. All indications around the country are that, vaccinations are happening, and we believe that that's going to mean a lot of people are ready, willing, and hopefully able to go out, get out of their homes, go to restaurants, go to cruise ships, fly a little bit, and maybe have a few banquets along the way. So that's why you see the growth there, a larger number, if you will, in 2022 of 14, almost 15%. But is that really pie in the sky revenue? Because if you look back here in 18 and 19, we were doing 3.6, and we're talking about doing 3.7 in fiscal 22. Not pie in the sky. Definitely attainable, right? Definitely attainable. So I wanted to just point out that these are reasonable growth numbers. They can be beaten, especially if COVID becomes an even less of an issue quicker. Because there's a heck of a lot of people out there that want to get married. There's a heck of a lot of people out there that would love to go to a restaurant and actually enjoy it. Maybe not even have to walk around with masks on. Things like that. So there's an opportunity there for it to be even greater. But in 23, 24, 25, as we're throwing numbers up, those percentages, those growth percentages in revenue, those are all reasonable numbers. They're almost industry standards on an annual basis. And that happens incrementally at a property like Sun and Lake in things such as maybe a little bit more rate on golf than you got before, and certainly a little bit more volume. So we expect to see that, and probably more importantly on the F&B side, which is, by the way, what our plan was when we put the $1 million in the club on the F&B side. But where can we be more efficient to put more dollars to the bottom line, which is what we're trying to do here in making Sun and Lake solvent. And you can see that that's been more of a weak point for us. Remember, we were doing $3.6 million in 2018, and of that, we lost $460,000 on $3.6 million. So we spent a lot of money. Now, again, I go back to, sometimes there's directions that you get from boards. It's a culture thing as well that we've been used to. But that's what's got to change. And as we work, as we go through this plan here today on the action items that we'll talk about here in a second, our goal is to get from making that $3.6 million in revenue and losing money to making, $3.7 million, if you will, and making money. So there's kind of a nice swing there, right? And that means more dollars to the club. That means being able to spend money, in other places maybe where we need to spend money that we can't do now because we're just a little top heavy on the expense side. You guys have all seen that, and I know you know that. But you can see it graphically here is my point. And it's part of what we're recognizing in this plan, if you will, which for now is going to be a COVID plan because we're in COVID. So there'll be a couple of drastic steps, in different areas that when I hand this off to Brian, he'll go over with you. And then as we move out of COVID, we will not spend the money until the revenue dictates it. Okay? So it's the old thing. You spend money to make money to spend money. The answer is you do some of it some of the time, you do some of it the rest of the time. And so we've got to be able to be ready, if you will, to be efficient as we can be until the time comes. Now that leads us a little bit to the action plan. So as I said earlier, a goal without a plan is nothing but a daydream. We're going to talk a little bit about the food and beverage side and other things that we're going to do in the clubhouse and on the golf course. And I'm going to turn this over to Brian to go through those items, and then I'll be back in a second. So, Brian.
We're going to start out and kind of figure out how we did the process. How did we come up with the numbers? The first step in that process was getting the team department heads together and telling them through no fault of their own, history doesn't matter. We're not going to make our budgets off of history. Moving forward, we are going to make our budgets the way they should be off of benchmarks. So we got the team members together, explained it to them. They all bought in, told them that we needed them to act like owners of the property. If they owned it, what would they do? Move forward that way. So the next step in that is to identify inefficiencies or places that we need to make changes. So we put the staff together, came through, made a list. I know we shared some of these last time we were here. I'm going to expand on them. Then we would come in and we said, we got to build the revenues. Well, this part of the year, we're already pretty much a third done. So it was pretty easy to build our revenues. We are confident that the revenues that we're posting in here, we will attain or exceed. We've actually made some adjustments to where I think they could be a hair low because I'm a little conservative. because I don't want to come in here and put pie-in-the-sky numbers and then come back here 3 months or 6 months from now and be in a workshop and say, you said you could do these numbers and you didn't. So after that, we look at hours of operation. So to do that and staffing levels to maintain where we can come in and say, all right, we need this amount of staffing levels. So then we go through a very time process where we're actually building the budget on labor via schedules and putting budgets and banquets in there and outings. So it's the way we used to do it 20 years ago. We brought it back for this club because it's going to take major changes, and we had to have the staff buy into that they can do it. And they do. So at that point, we compare the benchmarks to see if we are where we need to be, or do we have to go back and make more changes. And then we went through each line item on every budget, every department expense, to see if there's opportunities to save. So everyone had their input, everyone has buy-in, so we can move forward. We're all going to be rowing the boat in the same direction. Oops. So the first one on there is fixed labor. When we went through this in F&B, it's unfortunate. At 1.3 million revenues, our fixed labor works. At 875 million, it doesn't work. We have to make adjustments for COVID. As Tony said, we were trying in the past to protect the staff. This isn't going to be the case moving forward. We're making business decisions. So on February 4th, we are going to lay off the F&B manager. He knows about it. I've had the discussion with him, Mike and I. While he was shocked, he's been here 5 years. Within a minute, he asked if he could apply to work hourly positions, either as a server or a bartender, because he believes in where we're going and he loves working here. He likes the members, he likes the people he works with, and he likes the way we treat him. Yeah, that's a pretty good statement considering that we just laid off a guy. Right. Then by building the back of the house, we also noticed we had too much labor in the kitchen. I'll get into that a little bit more. We ended up saving about a line cook and a half in hours. And we've identified a few other things. So it still didn't quite work because of the revenue numbers. We had to have a benchmark of what the salary was, so we did a small adjustment in the salary. And the staff members know about that. They understand it. We hope to get it back as soon as we get up to the labor positions. And then as long as we can continue to monitor and work off our benchmarks of where we want to be, you'll see these numbers increase. So like Tony said, it's not numbers that it's just picking a number out of the sky that we can operate at 50% because we operate at 50% down the road. We built these based off of Sun and Lake, how we can do this without upsetting the experience. We take what we did very well and build on it. Where we see a chance to make improvements, we're going to do that. Beverage cart scheduling. This one doesn't have a lot in it, but we talked about it before. The reason I'm bringing it up is because we've already altered the plan. We put a benchmark in at 40% of labor. We've been hitting that for the last month, so we've been running the beverage cart about 6-7 days a week. And as long as we're monitoring it, as soon as it slows down, we'll say, okay, maybe these days don't work, but these days do. Our plan in the budget is still to have it only on the weekends in the summer, because historical data tells us that's when it should be. Change in hour of operations. We've discussed this. We talked about, it's going out February 1st. We've alerted the membership that the restaurant will not be offering dinner services on Monday. We're going to have a pub service offered on Monday. It's a reduced menu, which allows us to have one person in the kitchen instead of two and save additional dollars, and it will continue to be operated that way. Now in the summer, the data that we crunch shows us that Monday's a loser. It just doesn't make sense even to run the pub menu unless we're going to do it and we know it's going to be a loss of loser. In this situation, we came in and we made it, the restaurant will close at 3:30 or 4. Then we'll have sandwiches available at the bar, hot dogs, things to service the golfers. And so pretty much it'll be bar service on Mondays. Tuesdays and Wednesdays we'll offer a pub menu. Thursday through Saturday will be our regular dinner. We put this in place at other clubs. And while, the first part is you're like, well, the revenues are going to go down. We haven't seen the revenues drop. We've actually created a demand for those days that we're open. And we get similar to the same numbers that we're doing. Now, obviously, we'll monitor it very closely. It's what we plan to do. It's what we want to do. So, modified menu offerings. Tom is going to discuss the menu. Tom is going to discuss the menu in detail. We built this menu to have 2 workstations in the kitchen to handle everything in the kitchen that we will be able to output in 2 workstations. The last menu had 3. Would we like to go back to 3? Yes. Will we go back to 3? Probably when we're doing 1.3 million. I'll let Tom speak on how we monitor the menu and when we'll make changes. But what we're doing in COVID, we're going to go to a 2-person workstation. The chef has identified weaker times where he will be one of the 2 people on the line. So we'll be able to save some variable rate there as we talked about some of the line cooks that have been moved. And, for the savings. The second part of that is if you poke your head in the kitchen, you're not going to see 2 people, right? We built it so if we know on Saturdays that we're busy, there's going to be more than 2 people. We built the model out. Pardon me. We built the model out so once we have, high volume days, we're able to service it and handle our ticket times and have the same service that we are giving out now or hopefully better. So it wasn't just the clubhouse that we went through, right? It wasn't just F&B. We went through every department. So the golf staff, they've identified some labor savings. Andy's going to be taking several shifts at the counter and pulling that. We've identified the point where we're running some 6-hour shifts during the outing and during shotguns and we have overlap. We can move them to 4. Some of the 4-hour shifts may be able to move to 3. Now, the budget will not show a huge loss because we also identified the fact that we're using extra outside operations personnel because of the additional carts that are being used and the single-use carts. So while we were able to do it, we're not going to go over budget, right? We're going to be where we were, very similar to the year prior. We've modified admin duties. Obviously, if we don't have a front of the house manager or F&B manager, Mike has offered to step in. He's going to take that position, work with the front of the house, work with Kevin in the kitchen. So really being heavily involved in food and beverage. Tom is going to assist him. We also have some help from Troon. So we have resources there. So if he has any kind of issues that he doesn't feel comfortable with, we'll be able to address it quickly. Modified admin duties also. So obviously if he's working out front more, we got to get someone to do his paperwork. We've identified the admin assistant who will do our daily reporting that we need and our financial reporting. So we will not fall behind and not say you're not getting your financials late because Mike was running a banquet. We'll still be able to handle the workload. Golf course. Actually, we've been doing this one for about a month. When Earl went through and built his template out, he saw an efficiency that he was able to do in his job task. So by being more efficient, we've actually came in and he's sending them home an hour early. So we're doing 7-hour shifts instead of 8. It saved us $4,000 last month. He's able to do this all winter long. In the summer, we're not. In the summer, he's identified areas, and I know we talked about it briefly in the past, of modified shotguns when we're running 2 golf courses. So in those areas, he says, if we can come up with a number and work with the staff, if either it's 28 or 32, if they was going to have that, we can go around it. But if it's 12, that's a half an hour's worth of tee time. If we can get them going off the front in tee times, and we can come back in and be more efficient, we'll be able to save. Now I'm going to go into expenses, because obviously we talked about line by line, and I don't need this anymore because I didn't put a slide up there. F&B expenses were the biggest one. There was about $58,000 that we identified from the previous year. To be fair, it was $29,000 in cost overruns from our build that we incurred. Also, we have several variable costs in there, that linens and things when we don't have the banquets they go down, some of the paper supplies, some of the things we can live without. So Kevin was very comfortable with that number, that we can manage to that. We took out some entertainment there. Obviously, if our programming is being used, we'll put it right back in. Because if we're not going to not spend money if we can make more. So if it's going to add to the top line, we're certainly going to go that route. So the golf shop came in there, and they found some efficiency. It was a small number. They have a smaller expense line budget. But we noticed that our new lease deal with EasyGo, they charge us more for our rental carts. And we doubled the amount of rental carts so we could have enough of the fleet. It equaled to be about $9,000. We found those savings. So Andy's on board with that. Earl found some savings in maintenance. But we also saw some areas where, we can put it right back in. We don't want to take it away from the golf course. We've identified areas where if we had more money, we could spend it. So we came right back in. Overall, his budget last year was $1.2 million with labor burden. His budget this year is $1.2 million with labor burden. So he has got the same budget as he had the prior year. There's, what he's been able to make up in labor, we put back on there. And admin was about $40,000. Some of it was entertainment, some of it was marketing. We were able to come in that way. So the numbers that we've shown that we're coming to for the EBITDA are achievable. That's where this whole process that I was trying to go through and their action plan is. It's not only achievable, but the staff is on board and they have buy-in. So we should be moving forward quickly, and everything has a date. As you heard, most of them were February 1, February 4th. We've targeted, we're putting these in place. Everyone knows they're coming. And, it's still the same. Our goal is to be solvent without sacrificing the membership experience.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. So what you heard there obviously was a lot of review of what we're doing right now on the golf course, especially on the expense side, on the facility, I should say, especially on the expense side, you heard the contribution, I think, from the on-site team. Everybody being understanding this is where we need to go. These are the kinds of things that we need to do. And remember, I talked about earlier being a little bit of a culture shift for everyone. They're not used to doing some of this stuff because they never had to do any of this stuff. And yet, today, even though they know that it's going to be different for them and maybe they're going to have to do some things that they haven't done in the past, they can do that, and they've been very positive about it. No one necessarily likes to lay somebody off or cut someone's pay, those kinds of things, but I got to tell you, that's out there today. That's where we are today. We're in a COVID environment. As I said earlier, there's a ton of restaurants out there that are going out of business as a result. And so we are not going to do that, or we are going to do what we need to do to keep this a solvent business. That's our goal, and that's where we intend to go. I wanted to put up on the chart here a little bit of a comparison for the sake of understanding how what we're talking about doing and the action steps that we're going to take are going to impact the P&L. And if you know, I put up here a little icon of an apple and an orange. And I want to take the opportunity to show some of these comparisons to the other guys and why they weren't necessarily exactly apples to apples. First of all, if you look at Indigo's modified version, if you will, of the budget, takes us to a loss of $70,000 for the year. Now, when we gave you the budget in the RFP, that was the budget that we did back in May. That was the budget that we did back in May. And we all know what happened with COVID after that period of time. We had very little transparency in with COVID, and we did our best guess. Honestly, I mean, what else can you do? The other guys had a little bit of an advantage on us. They didn't submit their budgets till much later. And in all fairness, they didn't have or consider the actuals up to the point of the year in which we had already gotten at the time of the RFP. So when you look at those numbers, realize these numbers here from Kemper, Troon, and Brown were what they see from a full year basis. Our number was including actual numbers through January, that number there that you see, and the changes that we're making that Brian just talked about. I'm 100% confident that all of these numbers, if those guys had the actual numbers, would be much higher. And what I mean is, I should say much lower, in that they would probably easily be in the loss area as well. So that's an apples to apples comparison. And also, too, I think it's important to note that nowhere in the RFP, and most of the time it does include this in an RFP, did it say that you need to allow in your expense budgets for oversheet. It did not say that in the RFP. And we've looked through the presentations of the other guys, and we're pretty confident that they likely did not include that, because no one would unless they were required to do that. Just so you're aware, overseeing the golf course annually is an $80,000 expense. That's an $80,000 expense. That is included in our numbers. Okay? Just so we're clear. But these other guys, doesn't come up in their presentations. It was not in the RFP. We can't say convincingly if they didn't include it, but we can say by looking at their numbers, there's just no way. It couldn't have been included. There's just no way. So I wanted you to understand some of those subtle differences. I think it's important when you're comparing numbers. But most importantly, I'd like to focus really on the fact that our number, which we gave you, which was our budget, was an EBITDA number of a loss of $180,000. A loss of $180,000. After digesting the results, actual results from October through January, and with the action plan that we have in place, or that we have been that we brought to you this morning, our result will end up being, we feel, around negative 70, which is a considerable improvement over what we gave you as part of the RFP. A considerable improvement. We're going to try and get all of these guys at the property thinking this way more and more, and I have a lot of confidence that we'll be able to find even more dollars on the expense side, and that can't be at the expense of the member experience. I want to say that again. We cannot allow that to be at the expense of the member experience. So every single thing that we do out there is going to have to be with the understanding that the experience cannot suffer. That's on us to be able to manage through each one of those expenses. Now, there's always risk, right? COVID could last longer. God forbid we could have COVID-22 or something. I don't know what it would be called, but we could have some. We could have a hurricane. Mr. Gilpin had we just talked earlier, he had the luxury of, if you will, being board president during a hurricane, which was no fun thing to do, for sure. A lot of things can happen. There's all kinds of risks out there, right? What we're saying here today is what we're putting in place right now is to manage through COVID, because that's where we're at. What we're also saying is you've got a management team out here now that understands how to pivot if and when that time comes. In that once COVID is passed and business dictates, we'll be back to change the model of the club in order to be able to still realize our goal. It's all about being flexible. And as the saying there says, if the plan doesn't work, change the plan, but not the goal. We can't lose sight of our goal. So, with that, I wanted you to kind of have that background and understand a lot of the direction that we're going on with the action plan around the club. It's aggressive but very attainable. I'm going to turn it over now. As I said earlier, there was two parts to this, to our F&B, National F&B Director, where we have an opportunity to talk about specifically about F&B, because I think that's important, that you understand where we're going there, and we put a little color behind some of the comments that Brian had made earlier on our plan for F&B. So I'll turn it over to Tom.
Well, good afternoon. Great to be back. It's a month later, and lots changed for sure. I also want to thank the gentleman for the comment earlier today. Thank you very much to both of you. Okay, so food and beverage, obviously, I have just a few slides, so I'm not a big talker. So basically, we have a reboot action plan. Food and beverage is going to be totally different. Brian kind of went into the budget, but it's a reboot. It's a Control-Alt-Delete. It's a new beginning for food and beverage. The plan, basically, to summarize it, is the use of synergies between us and Troon. The budget revision for better results, the staffing and compensation changes during COVID because of the less revenues, a new menu, the refocus training program, and then David's going to talk about marketing. So here's sort of a roadmap. Obviously, the budget needs to change. We need to be smarter how we run the business. So the new budget is to get us to break even within 3 years by increasing the revenues and by being smarter with our expenses and with our labor. staffing compensation. Unfortunately, as Brian mentioned, we've had to make some cuts. Some of them have been to the bone. But the idea is when the revenues return after COVID, we can staff back up. But I think we'll also see efficiencies during this time as well. So the long-term goal with the labor should be better as well. The new menu is a reset to include greater value in our pricing, also to fit our new labor model, and also the inclusion of more traditional menu items. That's been feedback from the board. Training is going to be totally different now. We have a lot more resources with Troon. Very excited to get into those and see how they mesh with ours that we currently have in place. But certifications, the onboarding process is going to be much more rigorous, with a lot of more menu tests, a lot more shadowing on the floor, on the job training, not just letting them loose. They're going to have to pass our certification before they're allowed to serve you. And then, again, ongoing training as well. It doesn't just stop after the first week. It continues on. The collaboration with Troon, we'll talk about more later on. Then again, David will talk about marketing, more of a collateral refresh, pre- and post-COVID programming. And as Tony mentioned, 3 pillars: the members, the community, and the public. So a lot's changed in a month. I was here December 17th, I think it was. But I can tell you, I've been in the industry, in the hospitality industry. I'm not a golfer. I'm a food and beverage guy, hospitality guy. Been in the industry about 25 years, and I've always been a huge fan of Troon. They do things first class. They're a wonderful organization. Their properties are great. They have many systems. They have a larger food and beverage footprint than we do. So with that said, they have a lot more people, resources that are food and beverage detailed. So really excited about this. Probably no one's more excited about the acquisition than I am as a food and beverage guy at our company. Okay, so there's been a few questions. What does this mean? I can tell you right now, it's still very new. It's still very fresh. I've had several conversations with several of the Troon executives. Daryl Wild, for example, is their vice president of operations, big F&B guy. He's been great, and everyone we've talked to so far has really been on board and helping us any way we can. They've offered their services. So we're off to a great start. We're still kind of figuring how we mesh the two companies, but in the short term, what you can expect is they do have that regional office here in Florida in Palm Beach Gardens. Daryl's committed to a minimum of 2 club visits per year. There'll be, further analysis of the food and beverage operation. They'll offer strategic recommendations to our staff at Indigo, on-site assessments, lots of conference calls. There's going to be a lot of stuff behind the scenes you might not see every day, but we're going to be in contact with them regularly. They do an annual food and beverage service seminar that this group will take part of. They, again, with their large F&B footprint and hospitality footprint, they just have a nationwide team of F&B professionals that can step in and help as things arise. We talked about their procurement. Between the two companies, we both have really good procurement on the food and beverage side, but now that we're blended together, there should be even further savings to all of our clubs, theirs and ours, as we combine the two programs. They have robust training programs. They also introduced what they call the Troon Hub, which is an online resource center that all of our employees will have access to. They have just inventory management platforms, monthly corporate food and beverage communications. They talk about best practices, club trends, and industry information, in-person and virtual food and beverage leadership networking and opportunities. And just being a larger company, there's going to be greater career advancement opportunities for the employees, which makes us a much more attractive place to work. Can you pass those to me? It's on the podium. Sure. So Mike's passing out the menu. This is with all the changes that are taking place with the labor model and with the budget, and that coupled with all the feedback we've received about pricing, about some of the menu items, this is, I'd say, close to a final draft of the next round of menus. So just some notes on that. The new look is overall refresh. It's part of the overall refresh of the restaurant. This menu is simpler and easier to read and streamlined. The prices are lower, but the quality is not compromised. There's a blend of items on there that will get us to the budgeted cost of goods. We've added some more traditional menu items, less frou-frou. That was some of the feedback. The weekly features are on the menu on the backside on the bottom. This is a way to market future events at the club for people who might not be on an email list or the public when they come to see us. This menu will be rounded out. This is sort of the base menu, but a menu will also be rounded out with weekly and daily specials. The goal is to have price points for all different types of patrons. So some who want inexpensive meals can come in and get an inexpensive meal. We'll also have events with higher end items as well. This menu is designed to help reduce inventory. There's a lot of cross-utilization on there, a lot of ingredients used throughout the menu. This will help with the labor model, with the 2 line cooks and the different parts of the kitchen. This is executable by a smaller staff. So that's another reason for the size of the menu.
What's poutine?
Poutine, that is a nod to our Canadian friends. So poutine is a dish of French fries, has a brown gravy sauce and cheese curds, and it's a Canadian dish. So we figured, it's sort of a nod to our Canadian friends. It's a fancy word for French fries with brown gravy on it. Okay.
I wasn't familiar with that one.
Okay, so this is a core card. This is an example of a core card. So basically, every menu item on there goes through this process. So Kevin will break down the ingredients of every plate. Don't need to spend a lot of time on it, but this is how we come up with our pricing. So this is the tachos. This is just an example. This is one of the new appetizers. But as you can see, all the ingredients are broken down. It gets to a total cost of $1.65. Budgeted cost of goods is $36 on the left. So our actual selling price will be $5.99, and that will give us a 27.5% food cost.
And why did you price it at $6.99?
I beg your pardon?
And you said $6.99.
Why did you price it at $6.99?
I said that was almost the final draft. So, yeah. I was trying to sneak my by in there, Mr. Herrick. I'm only kidding, of course. But, yeah, so the goal is, again, so every menu item will have these cards behind them. This is the basis to how we price. And the goal is to achieve the budgeted cost of goods through a blend of higher and lower cost items. So, while this one might be 27.5%, other items might be 38%. But the blend and the sales mix will get us to that budgeted cost of goods. These cards are revised several times throughout the year. The pricing from our vendors changes over time. Proteins change, meats, chicken, that kind of thing. So this exercise is done at least 3 or 4 times a year. And a lot of times it's automated. You just hit a refresh button and everything's automatically done. But that's the method behind the madness. The banquet menus are also costed out. And typically in banquets, you have a better margin. So when you don't have banquets, like the situation we're in now, the a la carte is really super important that we're dialed in and know exactly what everything costs. So when the banquets return, you have a better margin. It's easier to hit your food cost. All right, so it's getting close to lunch, but anyhow, these are just a few pictures to kind of give you an idea. I don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but again, more traditional food, more good old Midwestern food, less. No fried green tomatoes in this one. So you get your giant meatball, chicken parmesan. That's the poutine on the top right, Mr. Brooks.
Top right?
Yeah, so you got smothered fries there. Got a pulled pork sandwich on there. That's going to be your favorite dish, I can tell.
I'm not from Canada, so.
That's a fish sandwich there. So again, this isn't important. Just kind of gives you an idea that we're moving towards more, good old-fashioned fun food, less frou-frou.
I've got to ask you.
Yes, sir.
I like a lot of it, but chicken schnitzel is very popular here. Why was that taken off? And maybe you've got some legitimate reasons for it. I'm just curious. Everybody keeps talking. We had it off the last time. They revolted it. Well, I know, but
We had it on for 5 years.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's where the local knowledge comes in. So this isn't, again, it's not a final draft. I mean, that's a big deal. We can certainly put that back on there. We're flexible for sure.
Isn't that one of the favorites, Mike?
That's part of the thing when we changed it. Obviously, we were going to lose some good things.
Yeah.
Other things that aren't. But we thought we'd have the opportunity with the daily specials and things like that.
Oh, maybe go. Okay.
What?
All right. That's fine.
Let me get you back to the menu. What are the plans as far as how long will this be in effect? Let's say we said it's great.
Yes, sir.
How long before we change it? What's the plan?
Well, I'll back up 2 steps.
Modify it.
Yes, sir. I think what you're going to see now moving forward is that Kevin is great. Love Kevin. But he's going to be have less free reign of the menu. So there's going to be more dictation from myself, from the Troon oversight as well. So we're going to kind of, I don't want to say mandate, that's a tough word, but we're going to work with Kevin, and we're going to kind of, here, Kevin, this is your menu. And it'll be a collaboration between all of us, of course, but there's going to be more oversight of the kitchen and how we go about things. As far as the menu changing, ideally we would change it, maybe not 100% change, but change it up about 3 times a year, maybe 4 times a year. And that would include, introducing some seasonal items, things that come in, especially in the north, that's a bigger deal. Down here it's always warm. But up there, you want to have seasonal menus, heartier food in the winter, that type of thing. But typically we would change the menu about 3 to 4 times a year. We'll always have a burger, always have certain appetizers, but what we try to do is use our specials as an audition for the menu. So if we have a special, we run something and people really like it, we get a lot of feedback on comment cards that this is fantastic. That's kind of how we see what might go on to the next menu as well.
Are we going to get rid of the signature dishes? We should. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so again, this menu, it's a lot different than what you've been used to. You kind of had a Cheesecake Factory menu for a while. You had a million things on there.
So signature dishes will be out.
Yeah, and we're going to substitute that on the back side. If you see, most of the days of the week have a special.
Right.
So there's a burger night, there's a fish and chips night, there's still the prime rib night. So the idea is to kind of streamline that, but also complement that with daily specials.
Speaking for myself, and only myself, it only took 9 months to get you guys here. It's amazing. You did it pretty good. I mean, in my opinion, you kind of listened to us. We can argue back and forth about dishes, whether we like it, whether we don't. But this is pretty close to at least what I was looking for. So,
thank you. Good to hear. Thank you.
Well, 9 months.
Yeah. We had a baby, right? Yeah. Okay. So
when do you think you can implement this?
I'd say we can implement it next week. I mean, it's ready to go. Kevin's already made the core card. I showed you the core cards a minute ago. They've all been done for this menu. So everything's been costed out. Everything's been priced out. There is some inventory we might need to go through first so we don't have waste. And then, but we'll bring in these items. But, Mike, we can sidebar later, but do you think we can implement this menu next week? Could we do it before that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just Neil, Craig and myself. What do you guys think?
I mean, he has something to talk to. However, I don't know if he has enough to roll out a full menu, full service. Our goal is February 1.
You guys okay with the menu?
It's only 8 days away.
Yeah, Tony brought up a good point. Obviously, we talked a minute ago about training, so we want to make sure that we have time to train the staff as well. But to answer the question, very soon, 5 to 10 days, I'll put it that way.
What are you doing with the pub menu?
Pub menu is going to be sort of items from this menu, but they're going to be items that one guy can cook. So we'll have one cook on that night. It might even just be Kevin, who can bang out probably about 10 items, burger, wings, and maybe a salad or 2, but just some simple pub fare, not so much the entrees.
Okay, so you'll get us a copy of what you're recommending for the pub menu?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And go over again what you guys are recommending for hours with the restaurant, just so I got it right.
Brian, can you help me with the hours? Yeah.
In season, we're just eliminating Monday night dinner and going to pub menu. We already do that on Sunday nights. So it'd be Sunday and Monday would be pub menu, and really no other changes for hours of operation in season. So the other changes will come in May.
In May?
Yeah. And that would be...
I've noticed that I've gotten one email that I'm aware of, maybe there may be more, that has announced the new hours, or that Monday night we're closing. But I think we're going to have to send out a lot more information and more often so that people are aware they don't come in. I mean, I don't know how you get to the public. This is very tricky.
Sure.
Hi. Yeah, we're gonna talk about marketing a little bit more, but yeah. So if there's one email out, those will continue. It'll go out in the newsletter to the community. It'll be on our website. We'll have it on social media. We'll do some social media posts about it. It'll be kind of an all-encompassing. Try to hit it well-rounded. Try to hit use as many platforms as possible.
Okay.
So we'll continue that as well.
The date's going to be February 1 is when we're planning on doing this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can also put that on the menu as well. It's just another avenue. We can put the hours of operation somewhere on there too.
And then in May, you're recommending what days, what hours?
Recommending that we maintain Sunday with a pub menu.
Yeah.
Tuesday and Wednesday with a pub menu. And Monday with more of a takeout menu, right? It would just be fast for golf, hot dogs, cold sandwiches, things of that nature. Obviously, when we get closer to that, we can have further discussions. But the sales data that we ran for the restaurant on Monday nights for time periods was minimal.
So Monday night we stay closed, but Tuesday and Wednesday you'll convert from a dinner menu to a pub menu.
Correct.
In the summer.
Yes.
During the summer.
Just in the summer.
Yeah, and if COVID's away, we'll be having events as well. There'll be, there might be just different stuff going on throughout the week. So that's just the baseline broad knowledge. But, as COVID eases up or doesn't ease up, that could change. And, if people are there, we're not going to turn them away. And, if we see that those nights are busier in that time of year, we can certainly adjust, as Tony said, adjust the plan.
The question that Ray brought up earlier is menu, other perspectives. The one perspective I would add is that, the restaurant, I like the menu. I've noticed that, in particular, I made it a point to lose weight this last year and did. But I know that we have a lot of older people that we don't really have a senior menu, and the portions are large. And I'm not sure that we need all these large portions, and if we could have some smaller portion meals as an option, it might be more appealing to our clientele that we are trying to attract.
That's a great observation, and I had a Reuben a month ago, and I couldn't finish it, and you're further along in the weight loss than I am, right? But anyhow, yeah, I think that's a good idea for sure. It's not part of this menu right now, but it's not to say that it couldn't be, or something similar to that. But I hear you loud and clear. And one of the things too, with lowering the prices and with still hitting our budgeted cost of goods, some of the portion sizes might have to be tweaked a little bit. You probably don't need 8 ounces of corned beef on a Reuben. That's a lot. So hear you there. And that's part of, again, with the oversight and with Troon's professionals as well, doing the site assessments and coming down here and getting their hands on it, rolling their sleeves up. And I think all that's going to kind of go into a plan that we talk about behind the scenes and present to you as well. Thank you. Okay, we talked about the refocus of training. I've always said every guest, every time. So the manager needs to go to every table. Nobody should ever leave the restaurant unhappy. If there is an issue, nobody bats 1,000 in food and beverage. Something's going to pop up. Something's going to not be cooked correctly. It's just going to happen no matter what. But the idea is we fix. Yes, sir.
Manager going to every table?
Yes.
We're losing the manager, so how are we going to do that?
Well, you still have management coverage, by all means. So Mike will be on the floor, and you're going to be taken care of, I promise. We're not just going to let the restaurant run by itself.
How you go into most restaurants and there's a sign there, manager on duty, and it gives you a name?
Yeah.
Should we not have something like that?
Well, we have one manager, so, I mean...
Well, but in all honesty...
To be fair, there'll be other managers on duty, right? We're going to appoint managers on duty when Mike's there.
I'm joking with you.
Mike is one person. He's not going to be there all the time, so who is going to be designated to do that task, if you would?
Right, yeah, Mike will be there a lot of the time. So he's not going to be on the floor for 8 hours a day, but during the busy peak times, he'll be there, and his office is right around the corner. But Mike will certainly touch tables, I mean, by all means, and that's an accountability issue. And then when Mike's not there, we're going to have the lead bartender?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's her name?
His name.
Okay.
With all due respect, and I know you're trying to cut your expenses and get everything in line, it's very important that we take care of the customers.
Absolutely.
And if there's nobody, I just don't think you have somebody to do this job. I don't.
Well,
Mike can only be spread so far. You know, he's got to take a day off every once in a while.
You're absolutely. I agree with you.
It's on Mondays.
Yeah,
it's the pub menu night, but no, I mean it's we had to make cuts for sure, and I hear you loud and clear. Mike will be a big part of it. He's not the 100% part of it, but he's definitely a big part of it for sure. And then amongst the team, we'll figure out the sort of MOD coverage.
I can tell you, if you think a bartender is going to go around and ask everybody if they're doing okay at a table, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we're going to have to adjust, as well to these new things we're putting in place.
I guess my point to you is don't cut back so far that we're going to screw ourselves.
I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. Yes, sir.
And I think that goes into the line that Tony shared was, if the plan's not working, change the plan. So
yes,
you put the plan together and see if it works.
Yeah, and I would, I think what will happen is we'll have a supervisor. We won't have a food and beverage salary manager who makes X amount of dollars. We'll have, like a supervisor on the floor who's still hourly. They might get, something like that. But we'll have someone designated in a different color shirt as a manager that can go around, handle issues, handle problems, and check on all the tables.
Lead waiter.
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so again, every guest, every time. Accountability. Every employee at our company goes through certifications in alcohol and food handler safety. That keeps all of us healthy and safe and out of trouble with the law when it comes to alcohol. The onboarding process is going to be enhanced. Again, I already had conversations with Troon, and they have a lot of good best practices that we're going to slowly introduce. But when someone's onboarded, comprehensive training, menu tests, they're going to shadow other servers. We're going to have a trainer. We're going to train the trainer who handles all of our new employees. And also, we do some role playing. And again, they have to pass a certification on one of us before they're allowed to serve the members. Okay? Daily lineups. So we do daily lineups right now. But we're going to put in I'll put more organized daily lineups, especially with the cutbacks. Communication is going to be key. So every single day there's going to be a form that the person in charge will fill out. Who's on, what the weather is that day, what's the hot topics, what are the specials of the day. So all that would just be, just more communication for the staff. And then finally, ongoing training. We talked about some of Troon's annual events they do, so we'll be a part of that now, which is great. And then also we'll have monthly all-staff meetings with the food and beverage staff that Brian can attend, or if I'm in town, I can attend, or maybe one of our friends at Troon if they're in the area as well. But in those monthly all-staff meetings, we'll talk about comment cards. We'll have some staff incentives for people who provide good service. And we'll also learn new items. So if we have new beer or new wine, that kind of thing, we'll go through some new products and make sure everyone understands what we're doing. On
the comment cards, I haven't seen one, so I apologize for that. But is there room for somebody to say they'd like to have this dish? So, and we pay...
It's like an open comments? Is it just like a...
There's notes.
Yeah.
There's a note section.
Yeah. So if they want to see something added to the menu, they can write it down?
It doesn't say specifically, but it just says notes where you can just...
Comments and suggestions.
Oh, suggestions? Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and you go through those every day. I mean, there's a huge stack in his office, and...
That's fine.
Yeah. Sorry? Yeah. Okay, so as I said earlier, we're still learning what all Troon has to offer. And again, I'm going to be happy. I'm really excited about it. What we do, and again, you might have already seen this slide or know about this, but we have what we call End2Grow. That's our system right now, and it's continuing education. So we have the ACE. It has like a 3-pillar approach to it. ACE, the customer experience. ACE, the client experience. We have the End2Grow online learning. That's where all the certifications take place. It's a 2-hour course followed by an exam. We can also assign different topics to all of our employees through their HR online system so they can get up to speed on different subjects. And then the third prong on the right is the mentorship program. And as we discussed before, Mike and I are part of that our mentorship program. So Mike, I'm mentoring Mike when it comes to food and beverage. This has been going on for, 2 months or so? Yeah, so every other week, Mike and I get on about a 2-hour call and just do different topics each week. So I have a guest speaker for him next week with a beer distributor. So it's just a way to, to take our leaders and kind of get them involved and maybe help them in different parts of their career that they might not have spent as much time on yet. But again, as we dive into the Troon way of doing things, I think it only gets better. There's going to be more oversight and more opportunities for our leadership in the field to do better. That is the food and beverage part. Again, I try to keep it short. Have you, ask questions, which you have. Thank you. Is there anything about the food and beverage portion that I can answer, or any more questions about that before we hand it over to David?
Just get us the pub menu.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can get that to you this afternoon.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, we already have it. We just got to,
We'll just send it to Tanya, and she can send it out to us.
Okay. Very good. If there's nothing else, I really appreciate being here. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to talk marketing again with you. We provided you with 2 very detailed documents, one this past summer when we went through the survey and talked about that, and then also one in SMART goal form. At the last RFP. So this is going to be more of an overview. They're asking the marketing guy to not talk a lot, which is kind of funny, but I'm going to do the best I can. So I tried to make it as simple as possible. Our biggest key is going to be communication and programming. Once the post-COVID world happens and we can get back into our normal activities, communication and programming is going to be the key. One of the things we've learned about communication, especially from the survey, is only 10% of the people filled out the survey because only 10% of the people opened it. But 100% of the people said they wanted communication via email. So it's a challenge. How do we get the word out to everybody in the community, both members and residents, and then how do we get the word out to the people outside the community? Same thing with social media, 10%. If you have, the Island View has 2,000 followers on Facebook, and the golf course has almost 4,000. If we're lucky, 10% of the people see our posts. And if we can get a few of those to interact with them, that's a really good thing. So that's going to be our focus, programming, and how are we going to reach people with that programming. Looking for members and residents, this is just a very, very short list. We definitely want to have member and resident socials. They can be separate, they can be combined, where we have them come out, drinks, appetizers, get to know each other. It's fellowship, it's community. We continue to do the weekly themed meal nights, whether it's pasta night, wing night. You saw those on the new menus. We'll promote those. Trivia nights, karaoke, family style nights I love, where you can grab 3 or 4 families, sit at a big table, and it's like you're having Sunday dinner, right? You're passing around, here's the plate of mashed potatoes, here's the meatloaf, everybody's passing around plates. That is always great for fellowship. Member selections. I'd love to have a membered feature meal or a membered feature drink pretty regularly. So that, along with, we have hundreds of ideas, plus what we got off the survey, of all different kinds of programming to get the members involved, to get our community members that aren't members, residents that are non-members, to get them involved as well. We'll look at different holiday themes. So if it's National Margarita Day, we'll do something behind that. National Taco Day, we'll do something behind that. Giving people a reason to come to the restaurant for reasons other than, hey, let's just go have dinner. Making it a fun environment with different themes and programming is going to be the key. We feel that the pricing is right, and we don't need to do a lot of discounting to get people out now. The key is going to be service, quality, and then communication, getting that reach out. We'll continue to do that monthly newsletter. We'll hammer that home and try to make it better every month. We will continue to use email, social media. Like I said, we spend money behind the social media. So most of the time, we don't just put a post up. We try to boost it, put a few dollars behind it, to get it to reach more people. Because if we have 2,000 people and only 200 are seeing it organically, if I throw $20 behind it, I can get 2,000 people to see it again. So that is going to be a focus. Direct mailers is something we have not done in quite a long time to the community. That's traditional marketing. It's hard to tell you what a ROI on that would be, how many people were affected by the mailer, but we also do feel it's part of a good, well-rounded marketing program. It's some of those traditional pieces. We need to do a better job with point of sale displays around the property, making sure that we have good posters, flyers, communication with our members of different things that are going on, and then we'll continue to use surveys as well. This is for people in the community. One of the things that we love are events and programming. So whether it's bringing Oktoberfest back, it's the fireworks and things like that on July 4th that we used to do. That type of programming will bring people in, and we're excited to be able to start doing those types of things again. And hopefully it'll be by the end of the summer. We'll be able to do a lot more of that. During COVID, we've talked about doing some outdoor picnics, which could be kind of fun. And we're really going to beef up the takeout programs to try to make that more available to people and have them have an understanding that they can do takeout as well. We've started some new programs at a couple other clubs recently and had a good response. So we'll do the same thing here, and we'll continue to fight it that way for members and residents. Looking at the folks outside the gates, those are the biggest challenge we find are the folks outside the gates. While they do support our restaurant and come in here, and a lot of it has to do through golfers that are coming here, we definitely want to continue on that. Golf and lunch, even golf and dinner. For a restaurant that's open for dinner, there's no reason why those guys that come out and play an afternoon round can't come in and have dinner afterwards. So doing some programming behind that. We want to work harder with the hospital complex right around the corner. It's right at the entrance here, to be able to do more with them, whether it's we're delivering takeout to them, like big takeout orders, or just have them be able to come get more, find a way for them to come spend more. That's what we're gonna focus on here in the next few months, to figure out how we can get in there more. Continue to do public events. Some of that programming that we talked about, family nights, whether it's National Margarita Day, those folks can be invited to some of those events as well. So giving them a reason to come out other than just having a meal, to have a good time and some fellowship will be important. Sports programming around the big games, date nights, things like that will be our focus to get those folks out. Again, we're going to spend a lot of money. When I say a lot of money, it's a lot of money for social media. We will spend some money on social media boosting programs like that. We'll continue to use the local coupon books that are so important to folks that are coming in from out of town and want to know what's happening in town. We're also part of the newspaper. We'll continue our ads in there. Heartland Living magazine has been very successful for us, as well as the local RV maps. Again, social media, emails, grassroots needs to grow as well, and we need to figure that one out. It's because it kind of post-COVID world, I think it'll be much easier than it is right now. People really don't want you coming into their business, and there's not a whole lot of people there right now. So we'll definitely put a good plan together for that. We'll make sure we are very well in tune, like we always are, with the local civic organizations, and then the surveys on the tables. We're redoing those a little bit, the ones that we're giving out to the folks that eat in the restaurant. We're also going to build it so while it'll be a hard copy one, we're going to build a table tent for an online version. If people want to use a QR code, pull it up on their phone and fill it out there. Will be great. It'd be a great way to do it as well. So we're going to give them different options to give us feedback, as not everybody wants to fill out the comment card right there after their meal. So if we give them another opportunity to fill out a comment card, that's going to help us and give us some great insight. The key in the upcoming year is to be loud. We want to make sure everyone knows what's happening, that we are open to the public, and we want it to be a very well-rounded marketing program, so that is our plan. We are going to use a really good mix of traditional marketing with a lot of the new digital marketing as well. So that will be our focus in the next. Yes.
Can you go over the golf and lunch dinner thing again?
Sure. It's something that we find very successful, driving people into the restaurant that typically might not. Most golfers who are from the public are going to go play at a golf course, usually say to their buddies, where do you want to eat afterwards? We want to not give them an opportunity to go anywhere else. We want to give them an all-inclusive price to come out and play golf, and lunch is included. We'll make sure that the restaurant gets all the finances that they need. We work that out on the back end from it, which is not a problem. We do it everywhere, and it's a one-time payment. Come in and you pay. We give you a little coupon. You can go eat in the restaurant. What we find is those folks will usually spend anywhere between $4 and $7 additional, whether it's on a soft drink and an appetizer, or they get a couple of drinks along with it. So it's always been a real good program, and it's a great way to just keep those folks here. That's what the big resorts do. That's what Disney does, and those places, they don't want you to leave. So we want you to stay when you're here, and we're going to do that by giving you a really good offer that's going to spark a lot of interest.
Is there anything to offering a deal for the membership? In other words, some places you go, if you buy, they do it in pizza places, you buy 9 meals, you get the 10th free. So I understand what you're saying. So it's like a loyalty program. Yeah. One of the things that we have found out with loyalty programs for food and beverage, especially in a member-driven club, we have not found it to drive any additional business. It's just a way for people to get more discounts. Like, they're going to come anyways, and so they're going to do it, but it's certainly something we can look into a little bit more. I know Troon does a lot with loyalty programs, and I'd love to dig into that a little more and see what they have on the food and beverage side of it to see if it works. Where we've tried it, I have not seen really. All we've seen is trading dollars. Right, so maybe you'll come and eat 1 or 2 more meals over the course of the year. But those are usually free meals you're getting based on the points you've acquired. The only reason I bring it up is based on our traffic. I don't think we have anybody who really eats 10 meals in a year.
Based on the traffic?
Based on what we see. Very few people, I would think, but I don't know. Okay.
So most people eat less than once a month in the restaurant, is what you're saying? Well, the members and the people in the community?
Dealing with, I doubt, yeah.
Well, right now, yeah, I understand that. But pre-COVID, was it the same way, you feel?
I think it was a very small select group of people. Yeah.
Okay. We can look at some data on that and try to come up with a plan for a loyalty program.
I mean, the other thing, and this kind of goes with marketing, Tanya, should we not put this in the menu if we're going to go forward with it? Put it in our the bills that we send out? Yeah, I mean, it might be worth the effort and even the added expense.
We're going to give people many different ways to get that menu. It'll be in our newsletter. They'll be able to pull it up on the website. We'll have QR codes for people where they can pull it up on their phone, which is becoming very popular in a no-touch society. So we'll give people many different opportunities to find that menu.
I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I don't think I need that, do you? Thank you. Okay, well, finishing up, and first of all, thank you very much for listening to everything we've had to say today. We've, as you can see, we've gone over this operation, quite extensively to find solutions. Over the years, of course, I know as we've talked many times about change, you've asked for change. In some cases, we've been a little too slow in delivering on that, and I understand that. I think some of that has to do with just not having quite exactly been on the same page, and I think maybe a little bit of that can be us just communicating a little bit more in more regular workshops, which I think would be nothing but a benefit for all of us. So as you can tell from all of the resources we have here, and it's a lot more than it's ever been, and the commitment to supporting the on-site team, we have an excellent opportunity, we believe, in order to deliver on what we're talking about delivering on, and going even farther forward into the future. So with that, I'll just say, if you have any questions on anything that you've heard, any comments or anything like that, we're here to listen. If I don't have the answer, I've got an awful lot of brain power around me here that can answer the question.
I would just like to say thank you for the extra work. I feel like we've been heard. I'm sorry that it was a difficult process getting there, but I'm feeling like progress has been made, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hotelling. Appreciate that.
Myself, too. I have a different perspective on all this anyway, and I always have, I guess, but I see some improvement just on the sense that I think you're finally realizing that I'm not the type of person to try to micromanage you. I can tell you what I like, but when I see it not working, just like the menu, I mean, I didn't like the other menu. Didn't make any difference because your job was to run it, and the only release I have, if you don't do what I want, is to get rid of you.
I understand.
And that's it. I mean, it comes down to that. You guys are a management company. That's what you do. I don't want to tell you what to put on the menu, but if it doesn't work, guess what? And I enjoyed you saying maybe maybe you haven't reacted quick enough. Mm-hmm. And maybe I should complain more. Maybe I get more action if I yell and scream and have all kind of ideas. But I can have all kind of things, but it doesn't give you an excuse not to make it work. And that's all I want and I hear that now, that you're willing to maybe change. But I've said here, like I said, this is the start of my 6th year on the board, and it's not been pleasant for me, and I don't need excuses. I mean, I'm not a restaurant guy. I know a lot about golf, but I'm not a golf guy. But you manage it, we own it, and that's the kind of attitude we have to have. And I hear more of that in this, but and I appreciate your. Trying to do this because I'm like Neil. I hear like maybe you're listening now, but I don't know. It's just frustrating. But I like the attitude.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the feedback and the candor. Feedback is good either way, and our job obviously is to listen to that and to react to it. Again, I think we together collaborating more often together in workshops and such, I think will be a huge benefit, so that it doesn't get to the point of where where you feel like you have to yell or scream about something. Every so many weeks, we go back, review things, and take care of it before it becomes a much bigger issue. So if you choose us, we certainly are committed to doing that going forward.
You go.
I guess one of the things that I'll say is, okay, you've come to the table, you've brought a lot of much better information. The proof is in the pudding. And what I've seen before and what I hope to see in the future is diversely different. I was not satisfied, as you well know, and haven't been even before I got on the board. So I look forward to you, all of you, and us, getting it better and keeping it there and improving. I hate to think the 6-month clause is still there, and I don't like throwing that out. But I'm here to tell you, if I don't see the stuff that I think needs to be done and that you say that you're going to do, I'll be the first one to raise my hand again and say, it's not working. And you'll know it well before the 6-month notice comes out. Yeah. I am not going to be bashful. I mean, you come real close. And I don't know that you haven't still crossed over because we haven't voted.
Right.
But what you're giving us today is something that should have been done a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I don't think, now Troon made a big difference, I think. I don't know why them buying you made you start thinking that you needed to do something different. But if that's what it took, then that's fine and dandy. You still I've got you in my sights. Don't make me pull the trigger.
Man, my wife says that to me all the time too. I appreciate the feedback, Mr. Herrick, and as I mentioned to you yesterday, I know that you as well as the other board members have the best interests of the club and community at heart. It's your job, obviously, to tell us these things. It's our job to react, execute, etc. We've been a little slow doing that. There's no question about that. But in the future, I would expect you'd get rid of us if we don't deliver on the plan. And everyone out here that has anything to do with delivering this plan understands that loud and clear. So we're on the same page.
I'm excited about what I saw. I'll say that much.
Thank you.
This is pretty cool. I get to go last. It's very exciting.
I thought you were already done.
No. So I got to tell you, I'm a little disappointed in that you didn't give it. I have no clue what the numbers are. I'm a numbers guy. I'm old school. So how am I going to? What's your report card? How am I going to gauge your progress if I don't have any numbers? How could you not give us numbers? I don't understand that.
He showed us numbers on the early slide where it was going to grow.
I'm sorry?
He showed us numbers on the early slide where both income was going to grow
there was one number, 71,000 or 73,000, whatever the hell the number was. How are you going to get there? What is going to be the picture of the restaurant with all these changes?
Yeah.
What's the restaurant going to look like? What's the golf course going to look like? How do I know?
Yeah, I think
you guys know.
I think we touched on some of those numbers, during the course of the presentation. The number that I illustrated in that one slide was the bottom number, if you will. Everything that went into the bottom number gets to that number. I think the keys are maintenance isn't going down, so we're not cutting that product. Okay, so we intend to find ways to find more money for maintenance or better use of the dollars to get more out of every dollar in maintenance. So that's one very important part, I think, that if you look at the other guys, comparisons and so forth, there was some cutting of some dollars there, but that is not going down. Okay, so there's no cut in the product.
You're missing it. Okay. You came up with a number of 71,000.
70,
whatever it is.
73.
How'd you get there? Obviously, you guys have something down on paper that gets you there. Why can't we be part of that? Why can't I see that?
Sure. I mean, we can put up the entire budget if that's what you want us to. If you want us to do.
I mean, here's your problem. I mean, you tell me you're only going to lose 71,000 through November. You've lost 103. So that means you're from December to September, you're going to have a plus of $30,000.
Where's Brian? Brian, can you put up the budget? We can look at the whole budget.
Well, I just want it. I want to see it. So give me a copy of it so I can see it.
We want a copy of the revised proposal.
We can email it to Tanya and have her.
We can do that.
That's fine. I mean, it's your report card. I mean, you're going to get to 71,000 or whatever that number was that's up there. I think it's a stretch because you're down 103 through November.
We're down. Now, don't forget that what I talked about was we were operating. These are before the changes that we're talking about making, right?
No.
Through the actuals to date are before the changes that we talked about today. Okay, so you're going to see moving forward. You're going to see those changes implemented, which is where we're getting to the numbers that we're talking about.
So let me understand. Let me see if I understand this. The 72,000 or the 71,000 is that where you're going to projecting to be at the end of September 30th?
Yes.
2021.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just telling you, you're already at minus 106.
I understand that, and what I'm saying is that first 4 or 5 months that we've been operating since October of 20. We've been operating under a certain expense model. That model is changing now, going forward. The hours of operation are changing, the kitchen's changing, the personnel are changing, all kinds of things are changing. We're going into a COVID type of structure because we're in COVID. We had not made that adjustment prior. To be perfectly honest, we hadn't made that adjustment the way many other restaurants had made that adjustment, and there were reasons for that.
I understand. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying there's no way you're going to hit the number.
Well,
that's all I'm telling you. You can't just say I'm changing now and I'll catch up and the math's not going to work. I can tell you right now. If you're down 106, how are you going to make it up? You can't. You're projecting the year after this one
the only way you
lose money.
The only way you'd be able to see that, honestly, is if you looked at the whole budget. So we'll provide that to you.
Send the budget. I'll look at it.
We'll provide that to you. So you have those. So you have those numbers, and you understand exactly how we got to the end number.
Okay.
That's a fair question. I didn't have enough space on the projector to give you the whole spiel, if you will, on the budget.
We need paper anyway.
Yeah, no problem.
We need the paper.
One piece of paper.
No problem. We'll have that to you.
Just real quick, Supervisor. So we have a pending bid award. So in my opinion, for the next board meeting, we need to have at least one resolution. If that resolution is to say, we're going to reject all the bids and move forward, with retaining Indigo, under the current contract, that would be option number one. Option number two would be to prepare a resolution that says we're going to cancel the contract and go with blank, and then that can either get voted down or voted up. In my opinion, unless there's a President Gilpin is now president. He sets the agenda with Tanya, unless two other supervisors say they want something specific on the agenda. So I don't know if you want to give any direction right now as to what sort of resolution you want prepared. But in my opinion, we're going to have a resolution that is going to address the pending bid award.
But isn't it true that the RFP is valid up until April 25th?
Correct. Yeah, correct. It is. At least that's my recollection from the previous meeting.
My suggestion would be that we put together a resolution saying we're going to reject all bids, continue with the existing contract with Indigo for at least 6 months, see how it works under the new program, and quarterly meetings, and at that point, if everything has worked for 6 months under this new program, then I think we need to look at negotiating a new contract with Indigo. But I think at this point, my recommendation would be reject all the bids and continue with Indigo based on the new direction we're seeing.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Craig?
Yes, but I still got my sights.
You're not alone.
I guess I'll go along with it, but I'm telling you, it's got to change. And with the plan you have, it sounds like it might. It's just like our marketing guy that you talked to. I mean, all these are great plans, and they just got to work. Something's got to work. And I'm not kidding you. I just want it to work. I really don't want to tell you how to do it, but it's your job to make it work. It really is. And it's our job to make you make it work. So, I'll go along with it, but I hope with all the people you have now, and now with Troon coming in, it works, but I'm not even warning you. I said it better work. It's got to work. We got to get going on the right foot. And I don't particularly have to see the budget. I'll know what the figures are in 6 months. I mean, and I think if they want to see it, I think that's great. But I'm gonna wait till that day or whatever it is and see how it's working. But I just say good luck. If we're going to decide to keep you, good luck. But you got 6 months.
Fair enough, right? I mean, our contract's only technically good for 6 months at a time anyway, so basically it's a little different than the other guys out there. You don't have to stay married to us if you want to get out. The other guys are a little different. Their terms were a little different. So we understand that, and we appreciate that. It's on us now to execute. We get that. We're, I think, $100,000 ahead of where we were last year at this time, roughly. So that's saying something already, in my opinion, and kind of gives a little bit of certainly credibility in achieving the numbers that we're talking about by the end of the fiscal year. But you'll still see the budget, of course.
Yeah, but there's not one person here on the board that is against you. Trust me, I think we all want you to succeed, but it hasn't been working. It really hasn't, and I don't mean to be bad about it.
Well, I hope what we get to do in maybe 6 months, come back here, things are working really well, and then we have that great relationship that I think we can have way into the future. So that's going to be our game plan. Trust me, we will not leave any stone unturned. We will look for everything we can. We will over-communicate. We'll visit with you, as we talked about in workshops, to keep you updated, to get your feedback, etc. And you'll be seeing a tremendous amount of support around the property. We understand, all of you supervisors, we understand all of your concerns here, and we'll take the appropriate steps to make sure that we address them going forward.
So we're going to set up a meeting for 3 months from now?
For another workshop.
Huh?
For another workshop.
Yeah.
Okay.
If something's going awry, don't wait for 3 months to come and talk it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We heard that loud and clear, too. If we have an issue, we will come to you. If it's individually, it's individually, or if we maybe have to schedule a workshop in between workshops or something like that. Whatever it takes, we will notify you.
We meet every 2 weeks.
Good enough. Excellent.
Do you want to have Dennis say anything? He came all the way here.
Bruce? Sure. I mean,
I'm sorry, not Dennis. Bruce.
No, the boss.
The boss. I mean,
Bruce, they've asked if you would say something to them, so.
The poor guy was in Chicago.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Thank you, for the reprieve and vote of confidence. There's been quite a bit of work that the team have done, to get to this point. I do think that, as you've said, you've got your eye on us, and I would tell you there's an additional eye on the team as well. This is important. This is the first test for us, quite frankly, jointly as partners, for us to bring these resources to bear to help them achieve this level of satisfaction that you desire and deserve. It's interesting because usually I'm the one up here standing and having the discussions, and it's kind of interesting to sit in the seat and listen and think of ways you might have phrased things a little bit differently. But what I will say, similar to I think one of the analogies you used, which our CFO uses all the time, which is that hope is not a strategy. And so when we stand here before you today and said that we hope to fix this, we hope to achieve those financials, we got to have the discipline and the detail to prove this out. So for us as a partner in this going forward, you can bet not only are you going to see me, you're going to see some of the team, but these next 6 months, you're going to see a lot of us. We've got to achieve this. And to your point, Mike, I appreciate you making it perfectly clear it's not personal, it's professional, which is the way we're going to approach this. There's a lot of good people here pulling on that rope trying to achieve these goals. And if we fail, we need to admit that and move on and allow you to go forward. But I can tell you we're going to give it a damn good shot at not just achieving what we've set out today, but exceeding that. So I want to thank you for your time, allowing me to come down. I didn't expect necessarily to speak. I wanted to meet the team because I haven't met them all, so this is kind of a first. But I look forward to seeing you again. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Tanya, is Dave you going to prepare? Okay. Go ahead. Tony, you got anything else?
I do not, other than to say one more time thanks for the time, because this went on a little bit longer, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's not something that you had to do, that's for sure, and you went the extra step for this, and that says a lot as well. So, as Bruce said, our job here is to execute. That's our commitment, and that's what we're going to do. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
I will email that information to you as soon as I receive it.
Say it again.
I will email the information to you as soon as I receive it. So.
Well, we had public comment, but you want it again?
Well, not at the moment.
Okay. Is there any public comment? Except Bill. Oh.
And just for clarification, we haven't voted on this yet. We will vote on that at the next meeting.
Okay, nobody got hurt over there. Okay, that's good. All right, I'll try to be really quick. I'm taking notes, and we really appreciate having Indigo come back. Or stay, what do you want to say? And just to offer a couple things that's going over from a member's perspective and a resident. I was instrumental in getting the golf committee here, and it's worked out. We have one member that's on the board and on the golf committee. And it's worked out very well as far as suggestions. Question from people that, pardon me, I'm going to hang in there. Do you have a reciprocal plan? In other words, if I want to go play a Troon golf course or a golf course, a Casper golf course someplace else, do you have a list of those? Could you make it available to the members So that, I mean, the old thing was you go to a Casper golf course and you pay for the golf cart or a minimum fee. Okay? That's one concern. We had people talking about the wow factor all the time. The wow factor is kind of a nice thing, but, you know, we're not going to change any more big signs or anything like that. But I think just the menu change with information on club events and anything like that on the back. So people flip it over and they take a look where we have something happening. We had one fellow that left, and he left a message, and he said, a long-time member, he said, on the wait staff, he said, to share tips, well, might be a better idea for better service. That's something that they have to work out. Everybody moves on pickup, and wait services there's no standing around. I think Mike is going to probably address that, and it would be make sure that the F&B guy, as these people are well trained. Now, we're concerned about the food and beverage costs. I know they went up to $10 for a pitcher of beer. All right, we have people here that don't leave tips, and sometimes they do. But when it was $9, they would get $1 to give them a $10 bill. And I'm concerned about the wait staff coming up a little short on their tips. So, you know, you're going to go to $11 and break a $5. You understand where I'm coming from on that. I just think that maybe economizing and a better product, you'll have more people, so you won't have to go up. But just keep that in mind. That's what's going to happen, and I feel bad for the bartenders.
Okay.
We've had a couple of guys that come from out of the state, and they received stimulus money for golf courses, which I can't believe. $500,000 to a private course, $300,000 to another private course, which is well, they're trying to keep up the PPP and the PPE. I understand that's Payment Protection Plan. We can't do that here, from what I understand, because we're kind of tax exempt. And it's just, it's really kind of unfair, because we certainly could use $500,000 in stimulus money here. We've had a change in the political scene. We all realize that. But the problem is that we're concerned about inflation. And I think that's going to hit us sometime. Maybe not this year, maybe the beginning of next year. And the cost of living and the cost of materials, it's really going berserk. So you like to have a place where you can live and it's reasonable. I've been to a lot of places, and I wouldn't live there because it's out of my pay scale. But anyhow, I'm glad you guys are back here, Brian, David, and Tom, and Mike back here. I knew him when he looked a little different. And really nice to have you guys here, and I really hope everything works. And you're talking about cooperation and working together. And I think that's what we have to do. Mike is a big guy. He wants to know what's going on. And I don't blame him. He gets a little bent out of shape because something happened on the golf course or something happened financially. He didn't know about it. But that's where you guys are going to have the quarterly workshop, anything to provide communications back to each other. So I really appreciate it, and hope everything works out for everybody and we can cut this deficit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody else?
You know it, Mike. You know it's coming.
Yeah.
Dennis Swanson. I think they tried to sincerely present a program that would do a lot of good for Sun Lake. And hopefully they have the resources and the ability to do it. My only concern is I never heard anything about dollar improvement heard a percentage about something, but percentage means nothing if you don't know what you're starting with. And I don't understand why you would wait 3 months to have an update. I think you should have monthly updates as exactly where things are progressing. Because in 3 months, if you're not anywhere close to it, you're not going to make it in 6 months. I think that's a reasonable.
We get monthly updates all the time. That's part of our
I'm talking
financial
about what
review.
they're doing.
Well,
because I didn't hear anything. I heard that 3 months from now.
Well, that's a workshop in 3 months.
Right.
Michael will be hearing from us every 2 weeks.
So dollar amount, agree? What they've done with the dollar amounts, what they've improved in, or what they haven't improved in?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that'd be nice if that could all be emailed out to everybody that lives in Sun Lake as what the improvement is going on or it isn't going on.
It's part of the board packet, and it's available to all the public.
I've never seen that in the emails. Is it in there? To the general public?
It's available online.
We get different emails than you do.
Okay. Well, I just didn't hear any dollar amounts is all I'm concerned about. I don't know how you know progress until you see what the dollars are doing.
The budget is.
That's the budget.
Hey, thank you. Anybody? Oh, somebody else.
Good afternoon, Mark Camp. Congratulations to Michael and Ray. And I want to thank Chrissy. The Zoom is great. I can sit at home, I can have a coffee, and I can enjoy it. So I was listening to Zoom until the last half hour, and I came in at 45 minutes. But anyway, I had a long list of items. I want to say to both groups, to the Board of Supervisors, I know this isn't an easy decision. I listened to all of the presentations. I read all the RFPs, and in many cases I was along with you, and I wasn't so much in tune with what I was hearing from Indigo. Now, after hearing what they had to say today, I'm very pleased with what I heard. I believe there's a great plan. I know Tony and some of the others, and I also believe that they were really never given a firm direction on some of the things that were happening. They were told maybe at different levels of management. I don't know if it ever got up to Tony. I really don't know. But hopefully they'll be able to come forward. I don't know what the board is going to do, if they will, in fact, retain Indigo. I sure hope they do. I've never heard a complaint about the golf course. I commend. I saw Earl. I think he's still here. Earl and his staff, they've done an outstanding job. I don't think there's anybody I've heard ever say that they haven't enjoyed it. The issue has been with the restaurant. And, you know, they put a lot of money into that restaurant a few years ago. And with the COVID, that slowed up some things. But in any case, your mantra, as you said earlier today at the beginning of the presentation when you're doing your opening, was to kind of protect the people. And I think that's a noble thing to do, but at what cost? And so it looks like you recognize that maybe the labor burden has cost a little bit. So hopefully that will help. I wish you guys the best. I really do. I can't believe that we would consider a 3-year contract with somebody else when we can at least give you another shot for 6 months. And if it doesn't work out in 6 months, as Michael said, or as Craig said, or the other said, you know, you might be finding yourself out. But I'm rooting for you guys all the way. I think you do a fantastic job. I know there needs to be improvements in other areas, but I still think you do a great job.
Anyone else? Okay, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Would you have shut off? Yes, sir.